I was being tough. I was putting up a front.
Dude,
Of
everyone
course I
loved
can.
you on Cool Kids Run. Everyone.
Everyone?
Everyone.
Everyone loved it. Yeah, there were some positive YouTube comments. I hit the like button on almost all of them. There was one person who left a comment that was like, all right, so I don't want to contradict the runner who's got the world record in like every single category or whatever, but like the commentator said about all the characters, Toad digging through sand the fastest. Everywhere I look online says that Toad digs the fastest, and like, it only seems to be Cool Kid who says otherwise. Is it just some weird, like, common misconception or something? And I thought it was a great, well thought out comment. So
Yeah.
I looked up some videos, and it turns out you don't dig with any of the other characters in their individual stage speedruns. So I actually had to load up the game and play into one of the stages with sand and try it. And
Yeah.
Cool Kid's right; they all dig with the same speed despite their pickup animations. And so I left this comment where I was like, "You definitely should trust Cool Kid on this one. He's the expert. It was my mistake. Maybe whatever assumptions I made are the same ones that everyone else made that led to this misconception." And then I checked back to see if he responded or something, and the comment was deleted.
Oh, got
So
him.
I don't know if he did it. I don't know if GDQ was like, "Do not question the runner," and like got rid of it. I don't know. I don't know. But I thought it was a good question. I didn't even think about it because you just happen to use Toad for every stage where there's a ton of digging,
Uh-huh.
and I just thought it made a lot of sense. It uses the same animation and everything. I didn't even think about it. But no, Toad, there's just always a long horizontal running through the desert section where Toad's really good,
He's
and
really
that just,
fast, and he just
yeah,
happens to be fast downwards too.
yeah, that's what I thought. I thought it was a win-win, but it's just a big enough win in the horizontal section that makes him the choice for all those stages. Look at you just exposing to everyone what you're doing. This fucking
Nah, they're behind the
not even.
waterfall right now, man.
Oh, okay, okay.
I don't have room on my memory card, but Crankdata was telling me you can just like save onto the USB drive or something.
All right,
M
now
card
you've gone and
emulation.
ruined it.
That sounds like a good thing.
If you do save this somewhere that makes sense, and we do decide to play the next Fire Emblem game, you can import your save,
Oh
and some stuff
shit.
happens. There's a there's a chance that you can unlock some dialogue between people. The big thing is that if you get anyone to their promoted level 20, right, fully maxed out, then every stat that they have maxed out, they will get +2 in the next game.
Oh shit. +2.
Yeah. But it's funny too, because for some characters it makes a huge difference. Like the speed stat, right? You know by now how important it is to hit certain breakpoints for speed.
Right.
So a character like Boyd, who's kind of like a slower axe guy,
Axe guy, yeah.
if he just needs a little bit of help with his speed, and he's really good. And so that +2 to speed that you can get him ends up being, catapults him from like kind of a whatever character into like a, I don't know, not top tier, but pretty good.
Are we looking for a challenge? Do we
You
know our
probably
way
don't want to
around the
play on
game?
difficult. Difficult in this game is, in the original Japanese version, was originally called Maniac.
Okay.
Um, but honestly, it's not that bad. There's just like way more enemies, but they give you more experience, so you just get more levels,
You just
and
get better and kind of snowballs or something?
yeah, it's in 3D, Jorf.
Oh my god.
This was a big deal for Fire Emblem fans.
Well, Ike, you had enough?
It has voice acting, Jorf.
He hasn't had enough. Now's your chance. Get him.
Missed.
Yeah.
Yep.
Ike?
It's got good instincts.
No.
Imagine getting hit in the lower back so hard that you passed out.
Ooh. That's got to be a spinal injury. Crippled for
Got
life.
at least a couple discs out of place.
Missed. That song.
Ah, you're up. About time.
The prologue.
The mercenaries.
Alright,
Missed.
no more voice acting.
Greel?
They did look pretty heavy. So I think it'll give you the option to skip this, but I think if you do it, for some reason it starts Ike with an inventory full of swords.
Oh, what?
He's just juggling like 4 swords for some reason. I think it actually mattered. I think the speedrun might do the tutorial to get the swords or something. I can't remember.
Is Boyd?
There he is.
Wow.
Yeah.
I was just gonna whip his axe at us.
Takes a lot of skill to throw an axe all the way over there.
It's a tutorial window about the tutorial window. Sure. Why not?
I don't think you actually have to watch these.
No?
I don't know who this guy is. Generic ally guy. Yeah, this game is it's a dark deity like.
That's right.
It doesn't have as many features though. So, you don't the characters
Yeah.
don't have 4 special weapons.
I don't think it'll crash after you beat any missions either. Maybe.
There's way less classes, way less customizability.
What a basic game. Whoop.
Did we beat it? We sure did not. It just started crashing all of a sudden.
Yeah, I loaded it up like a week later and it's still...
Yeah. And neither of us were like, oh no,
Right.
darn. It was kind of like a whatever game does.
Oh, I gotta move before I say it, man.
Yeah. That's a good instinct, though. Why would you put yourself in range and let him get the first advantage? And the tutorial's like, no, you idiot.
Oh, they're shoving.
Yeah.
You got the swords.
And played the DS remake of Fire Emblem 1. That one's pretty okay. Shadow Dragon.
Hmm.
Oh, he's not even gonna move.
Just go beat up this guy.
Yeah, see, here's another thing where it's like you kill him in 2 hits, right? So what you want is for him to hit you first, like on his turn, and then you hit him, and then on your turn, now you're first, and you kill him before he can swing back at you, right? But the tutorial's just going to be like, nope.
It's not even gonna swing back.
So as you might imagine, making these fairly primitive 3D models do anything close to as cool as the Game Boy Advance animations with all their
Yeah.
smears and stuff, it's just not. They couldn't even get close.
Uh-huh. This word, vulnerary.
Vulnerary. I wonder if they have the same root word as like vulnerable. They both have to do with like getting hurt. You didn't use the vulnerary. Dad's gonna beat you up. Is he gonna hit you in 1 hit? He might. Alright, you got away with this one.
It's not fair, he's fighting back.
You got like kind of a lot of experience just for fighting him 1 extra time or whatever.
I can't wait to see who Bad Numbers guy is in this game. A vulnus, which means wound.
Makes sense. I called it. Here we go, here we go. Whoa.
Is it him?
Not so good.
Is he Bad Numbers guy?
Oh yeah, that's true. I told Jorf I would give him a one sentence review of every unit. Just as a without I don't want to talk too much because I know a lot about this game. And normally a Fire Emblem Lord, which is what Ike is a well-rounded character, doesn't have too many flaws, but not necessarily too many strengths. And Ike falls into that category, except he's just a little bit better than average at everything. So he ends up being a pretty okay, solid, dependable unit. You'll feel good about giving him levels instead of feeling like you had to drag him through the game.
That's a good feeling.
Also, if you had to pick like one stat for him to gain on his first level up, speed was probably a good one. Fire Emblem is always about that one character that seems good but has bad growth and gets terrible in the late game. This game doesn't have that, actually.
No?
This game has a variation on that. The Jagan character is going all the way back to the original Fire Emblem. There was a guy called Jagan who was that. He was like a promoted guy you got right off the bat. You know Marcus from Fire Emblem
I know
7?
Marcus.
Yeah. And so, first off, misconception, you can use Marcus the whole game. It's fine.
Yeah, totally.
He'll fall off a little bit, but he's still pretty good even at the end. And secondly, in Fire Emblem 8, they introduced a Jagan, but they kind of gave him pretty good growths too. So he just stays good the whole game. His name is Seth. And one of the easiest ways to play that game is to just use Seth. Like, even for a complete beginner. And in this game, you kind of have something similar.
Hey, Xuno.
Giving Ellerwood levels because he gets stuck at level 20. Yeah, Ike will get stuck at level 20. That's true. He has a forced promotion at some point.
Bandits. Classic strategy game first fight.
That's true. Fire Emblem 1 does make you're being pursued by bad guys, and they conclude the only way out is for one to act as a decoy, so you just choose one of these people you've never met, and they're gone for the whole game.
Wow.
It doesn't explicitly say that they died horribly, but they don't go out of your way to tell you, like, yeah, they're fine. They made it. Nothing like that. Well, you're getting a weapon triangle bit here. Do you remember the weapon triangle?
No, I don't. I remember
swords beat axes, and then it goes around. Axes beat lances.
Lances.
Beat swords. I visualize the axe like smashing through the long wooden part of the lance.
The lance is the tree. It's chopping it.
Yeah, chopping that tree. And I visualize the lance having like a range advantage against a sword.
Okay.
Which, you know, technically it does against the axe too. That's what helped me sort of get it in my head. On the off chance, for some reason, your brain works the same way.
The visit.
I don't think you don't. I don't know if you have to watch this anymore. It's going to tell you to stand in front of the door and then press visit.
Oh. Yeah, I played 7, and I think I played either 6 or 8.
6 is the Japanese one that you probably had to like get a patch to play in English.
Yeah.
8 is the one where you pick between a princess or a prince, and they're twins, and they go on their own route about halfway through the game.
Maybe 6 then.
You remember Roy?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's 6. This big pirate will smash the house.
What the heck?
If it's destroyed, you can't visit it.
Oh no.
So it's only those big thick guys that'll do that.
Oh.
So you can like look around and that guy at top left, he'll smash a house. That's a boss. I don't think he'll move. And then there's another guy who I think is on the first turn going to smash this house, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Okay.
So you got some units here. You got a weapon. Uh-oh. Yeah, your inventory is full of iron. Oh, it's not. Oh, maybe you're supposed to skip the tutorial to get the swords. Ike's inventory should have been full of swords right now. You can press Y, I think, to pull some stuff up. Yeah,
one
and
sword?
it's not. I did it backwards. Well, whatever. You
Alright,
got
who do we got?
Oscar. You want Boyd first?
Give me Boyd.
Boyd is a big axe boy. He's okay. Normally,
okay.
the big slow axe guy is really bad in these games, but he's okay. He will have trouble double hitting people with his speed, but he's nice, and he has an axe, which no one else has for a long time, so that's nice. Titania is Seth. She's a level 1 paladin right now. Her stats are off the charts. Her growths are pretty good, so if you keep using her, she'll just stay as good as the rest of your units, basically. So use her to do whatever the hell you want. You know, if there's a fucking problem somewhere, have her solve it. Just don't give her all the experience. Oh yeah, this is worth watching actually, because this is pretty different from the other games so far.
Really?
It's a little bit different. You probably didn't do a lot of like trading and rescuing and stuff, but if you're on a horse in some of the other Fire Emblem games, after doing that you can move again. And in this game, it takes that a step further by letting you move even after you attack.
Ooh.
So it's like it's using the rest of your movement, right? You don't get like 2 full moves in and out, but it really gives you a lot of options.
Hit and run.
Basically, horses are even better than they are in other games. Oscar's your lance boy. He's very good. He's one of these horse boys that you get at the start of the game. They're always really good. He gets to use lances and swords, so he often has weapon triangle advantage against whatever. And he's got solid stats across the board.
Can I visit an attack on the same turn? Probably not.
I don't think so. Also, that door is not open, so you can't visit that bottom left house. Fun fact, the first time I played this game, Oscar did not gain a single point of strength in his first 10 levels. It led me to believe that he was a horrible unit, and I hated him. Nice.
Sometimes you just get bad numbers done. Hey, Myth. Hey, Armath, Oshmir.
Did you just say hello to me?
What? Alright. Andy
I
is
heard
what
he-
I meant to say, maybe?
I heard it.
Did I say hey, Myth?
I started, hey, Myth. Hey, Aramath. Hey.
Oh boy.
I thought maybe like you said math as in Aramath.
Hey,
I was
man.
like, that's a weird one. But then you said, hey, Aramath, and I was like, nope. What's going on?
I heard him bad. Tear him down.
There he goes. But yeah, I guess I said Boyd's axes were the only axes, but Titania's his axes.
Yeah.
But she just kills everything, so like I don't even really think of her as like axes. She's just death.
Do the bosses still, like, never move?
This one won't. Most of them won't. That will give someone 7 HP.
Whoa.
I think Oscar can use swords right off the bat. I know eventually they started specializing the Cavaliers. Or like you're a sword paladin, not a sword and lance paladin.
Yeah, she's good.
Yeah. You didn't even look at those numbers. You were like, whatever. Oscar's got this.
She's got this.
He's definitely set up a kill for Ike. See, here's the move again.
What is MT?
Might. Just
Ah.
damage. Chop. Oof. And Titania wins the day. The crit even?
Really wins the day.
I forget if you need to seize.
Seize.
Okay. So it probably has to be Ike then.
Achoo!
You said sneeze, not sneeze. Oh, sorry, my mistake.
You just gotta stand on it, yeah.
Well, Ike has to stand on it and then select seize specifically on the square. Sometimes there's a square that just says visit or arrive or something like that, and then any unit can get there.
Mm. firmly
God,
grasp it.
God bless them for defaulting to no on that menu option.
Yeah.
Wow, the steel sword weighed you down enough that this guy double hit you. I was wondering if that was going to happen. Oh, boy. Not coming out strong, Ike.
He said he was good.
He's good. Let me go find his, I don't know why he keeps getting res, too. It's not like he's got a good res growth or anything. Serenez Forest. Path of Radiance. Growth rates. Ike has a 75% chance to gain HP, a 50% chance to gain strength, a 50% chance to gain skill, a 55% chance to grow speed, 40% for defense. Also 35 for luck and 40 for res. Yeah. These are pretty good all across the board.
Secretly dumped a bad ROM.
I'm only familiar with the level up mechanics of like Fire Emblem 6 to 10, I guess. And there's no any kind of catch up based off of expected values in any of those games. If I had to guess, I would say there isn't in any of the others either.
Sounds like a smart feature.
Mm-hmm. I don't think that was a thank you letter.
Bad news.
Yeah, fixed growths. It might even be a thing in this game. But I don't know much about it. It might be like a new game plus.
Taken by bandits.
It's always these bandits. Fixed mode. From your second play onwards, you'll have the option to choose a random mode or fixed mode. Ignoring the chain of command.
Left. Always left.
Doesn't even know where he's going. And then someone tries to be like, hey man, you don't even know where you're going, maybe you should calm down, and he says, shut your mouth.
The left fork?
I'm still talking here. I'm in this weird situation where I'm remembering the early maps and what their layouts are and like what units you'll have, but I don't know why you're there or what you're doing.
Yeah.
Seize the hold.
Bro.
This is just gonna tell you that you gotta kill everyone.
Let's check
No
it out.
prisoners, no survivors, just bodies. Wow.
More enemies. Boo.
Boo.
No moving over rocks.
I think if you press A on a guy, yeah, in the bottom right, it says like range on, so you can see their movement range.
Range on.
And I think there's a way, like if you can tag a bunch of units and get all their ranges on. There might even be a button you can hit, like if you just press Y on the ground, it'll just show you like all of them or something, or X. Maybe not.
Maybe not. This guy's got like the heals or something?
Yep. That's my one sentence review of Riz. He's
Yup.
got the heals. Yep.
No swords. No damage.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I like the retreat there. Making it harder for this guy to sneak around.
Oh, sniff. I didn't realize these were children.
They're pretty young, yeah. That won't stop them from joining your team and going into a war.
Hell yeah.
I'm pretty sure there isn't a single Fire Emblem game where you don't violate the Geneva Conventions.
Yeah, sure, why not?
Let's talk about staves. That's the quickest way to drive off your Tinder first date.
And
Dude was cutting it close at 1 HP.
aren't you nice? So this one like weighed more or something?
Yes.
Avo?
Um,
Am I
that's
looking
your
up?
avoid. Because he's being weighed down, he's not only getting less speed, so he'll have, it'll be harder for him to double attack, more likely to be double attacked. But it's also speed is your avoid as well. So he has 10% less dodge. What actually says dodge there, I think, is like critical dodge, which is like if someone has a 6% chance to crit you, your 6 dodge makes it 0, I think. Yeah, iron is weight 7, steel is weight 10. And then if you check Ike's constitution stat, it's going to be something less than 10. Or no, it's just strength, I think. Oh, no. It's at the top. His weight is 9. It's not constitution. So he does not get slowed down by the 7-weight iron weapon, but he does get slowed down by the 10-weight iron sword, steel sword. Oh, 12-weight.
Hmm. This guy's got 33 weight?
Yeah, because his horse influences things. It's not actually 33. Like, it's not like he can wield a 25-weight weapon or something without penalty. So maybe that's not the right number to look at. Oscar just taking no damage from everything. Who needs titanium? Here we go. Axe against sword. Yeah, this is 67% chance to hit.
No problem.
These little sword guys are usually a little more dodgier. The 2, so slightly lower accuracy guy versus slightly higher dodgy guy with weapon triangle disadvantage.
Is the weapon triangle like damage as well as hit chance, or?
+1 damage, +10 hit.
Hmm.
She's here.
She's here. We barely taken any damage at all.
It's almost like they were like, all right, they're gonna use Titania to kill everyone. We have to make them use the others a little bit. Just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
I think technically there's also a thing going on where you get a little bit of skill whenever you use a weapon to attack someone. It's like your weapon rank.
Skill?
And yeah, I guess technically it's like weapon
There's-
experience. I don't know, it's probably on one of if you
there's
press like
skill
left or
here.
right or something. No, not that. See how it says 1 of 3 in the top right? I think there's 2 more pages you can. Yeah, here we go. His weapon level is a D
Buy
right
away
now.
that amount of shit, dude.
Don't look at it. Don't think about that. Don't look at it. He's got a D weapon level, so he can use iron and steel weapons, but like I don't think he could use a killer sword right now. He doesn't have enough rank. But as he keeps using swords, that'll go up. And there's a number behind the scenes that's being added up every time he uses a sword that the game never tells you about. That's if you support him with someone else.
I never did a support in any of these games that I've played.
Yeah, you're probably not gonna do one here. But if you did want to, you should try to park Ike next to Oscar, because Oscar is also Earth Affinity, and all the Earth Affinity does is give you a ton of avoid as a support bonus. So if you keep them together for like the whole game, they'll just give each other like something like 40 or 50 avoid or something. So you're just like their hit chance just tanks from like I've got an 80% chance to hit you, like 30% chance to hit. But that's at like full max rank support or whatever. What was I saying? Oh yeah, the heavier weapons will give you more weapon experience, so you'll rank up that faster if you're using heavier weapons. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. All right, Oscar. Don't be like my Oscar. Yeah, that's fine.
1 strength.
Strength and defense, that's totally fine.
Here she comes.
Oh yeah, if you look at Titania and Oscar's other screens, when you hit Y on them or whatever,
Yeah.
then you'll see what other weapon ranks they have and what other weapons they could be using if they had any. Yeah, she can do lances. Oh, he can only do lances. No
Huh?
swords for him. Okay. Oh, she's also got a
What is
skill.
this?
She's got this counter skill.
Half the damage it deals? Seems good.
Yeah, I think it's got a chance to trigger based off of her skill stat. I think it's a straight 1-to-1, so if she's got like 12 skill or whatever, it's a 12% chance to proc, something like that. Skills, some characters have them innately, like this Tempest and Serenity.
Oh, the biorhythm effects. Oh,
Yeah.
oh
They
man.
really... If you're on a bad biorhythm, you lose like 5 or 10 hit or something, and if you're on a high one, then it's 5 or 10 plus, but it doesn't matter. In every battle, it just kind of increments a little bit. If you wanted, you could give her steel axe to Boyd. Just because she's probably going to kill everyone within... Okay, never mind, you got 2 now. And you could run up and trade. Oh, you got that Seraph robe, too.
I don't know who's getting that, but it's not her.
Yeah, she's good. I don't think it would be a waste to give it to anyone but Riz right now. And even him, it's like, I don't know, it makes him less likely to get
Obliterated.
on some random mistake you make. Probably not the best use of it, but probably fine. God, I love when they come up and try to pick a fight with her. It's like, what are you doing? You've got 16 health, man. Is the boss gonna move? He might. He did not. Ikan now.
Ikanau. Ika goodbye.
Not fit to be called human. Wow. He hit her for a full 5 damage.
Wow.
And she gets like decent experience for killing bosses, right?
Speed wing.
Plus 2 speed permanently.
We did it because we're the best.
If you want to do what the speedrun does, there's a character in like 2 chapters or something who they give all of the stat boosters to. Wah. There's just something so unrealistic about dialogue that's like, buck up, buddy. I'll try. They did all that fighting, and then they were like, oh, wait. The hostages. Oh, we could threaten to hurt the hostages and we could... Oh, shoot. Oh, we didn't have to just fight them head on. Oh, we lost so many guys. Oh, shoot. Oh. Rolf's hidden mental counter ability got him.
Oh, man.
This guy's dead.
This guy and his robot.
Here he is. My name is Gatchery, Deputy Commander. Shinan, you are both so cruel. This game had to reconcile a little bit with the fact that the armor knights in the other Fire Emblem games would just clearly not be able to move at all and would look ridiculous in cutscenes and stuff. So they're like, all right, we'll give him legs, I guess.
Pirates.
Hell yeah.
What are pirates but sea bandits?
Never thought the day would come when you would shit talk pirates. Look how fucking scary Ike's dad looks. Like, how could you ever like be around this guy who looks the way that he does, is captain of a mercenary band, and be like, yeah, I'm gonna disobey him and do whatever I want? No fucking way. He's gonna dislocate my spine with a sword. Sweet. I do like that I kind of was like, yeah, I knew what I was doing. I accept the punishment. I know.
What was that?
He's laughing. Yar har ho.
I.
Standard thunder and lightning maneuvers here. I crash into him like thunder. Shannon rains arrows down on him like lightning.
Sounds good.
Alright. One sentence review on Gatry. He is an armor knight who is going to move slower than the rest of your units. And you're probably going to be moving, you know, like full movement range every turn, going through maps at a brisk pace. So there's a chance he might get left behind. But he's got an ungodly amount of defense and will probably take 0 damage from most physical attacks for a long time. And he'll hit back pretty hard. His speed is bad, so eventually he'll start getting double attacked, and magic users will always be a big problem for him. But he's okay. And then you've got Shinon.
That was some one sentence.
You may have noticed I have been cheating ever since Ike's review on the definition of a sentence. Shinon would be one of the best characters in the game if he wasn't an archer, but archers are not great because they cannot counterattack point blank when someone hits them, which is a big part of Fire Emblem, so he's still pretty good. And he's amazing right now because he's a sniper and he's already promoted and stuff, so, you know, he will just destroy everything.
Game speed?
Yeah.
Oh, it's already on fast? No, wait, is it?
No, it's
No.
on normal.
Oh,
It
the
does go pretty
thickest
fast.
grid.
Oh yeah. That's 10,000 girth points right there. He's Gatry pretty fast for an armor knight. His speed growth is 25, which is tied for lowest in the game. But his defense growth is 60, which is the highest in the game.
Only 4 guys?
Oh, really? See, if this were me, I'd be like, alright, Titania, Shinon, Gatry, you guys don't need experience, you're out. Other one's in, like, I just tough it
Yeah.
out, but... You
I'd
can
be
do what
like,
you want.
yeah, looks like all our best characters.
Yeah, there they are. Let's make those guys go.
Maybe Oscar. Oscar seems okay.
Yeah, Oscar's good. I'm really surprised you only get the 4th. And then I don't know what to say about things like I happen to know it would be a good idea if you had Ike moving towards the top left of the map. Yeah, I think the detailed combat window just like it doesn't do the math for you anymore. It makes you do it yourself, and it's like, why?
Bonus damage.
God, I'm looking at Shinon's growths, and I'm like, what the fuck? Shinon is tied for the highest strength growth in the game. His HP growth is on the very high end with 75. His skill growth is the highest in the game at 70. His speed growth is second highest in the game at 65. Even his defense is third highest in the game. As an archer, his res is really good too. His growths are just, it's ridiculous.
Seems good.
Yeah. He is already promoted, so his growths matter, not as much. But he's only promoted level 1, and his base stats are pretty good, so... Stat-wise, like, he might just be the best character in a vacuum or whatever, but... Alright, so this is showing you attack speeds, for one. That's kind of interesting. So you can see that Gatry has got less speed than this guy, but he's not going to get doubled. And...
Attack and defense instead of just might.
yes. So you gotta do the... You're hitting for 17, he's hitting you for 0.
Hey, Doyson. I played 6 and 7 already.
Yeah, he'd be fine without me. And I'm not gonna tell him to play in a certain way or whatever. For example, like this mission, I would have left most of these units he's brought at home to give the others experience, right? So this is definitely still gonna be a Jorf playthrough. And it's definitely going to be like Iron Man style, right? Like, unless Ike dies and the game over, we're just going to keep going if someone falls.
Probably.
What happened to 8? We could go back and play 8 sometime. Mostly we were just thinking of, hey, what's something we could play on Jorf's Wii?
We're on the Wii Conquest.
If I was not allowed to backseat, this whole show would fall apart.
It's in the front seat, man.
It's totally
It's
different.
in the passenger seat on the side.
I'm the navigator.
That's right.
Also, something I like to do with Titania is I'll just like actually take her weapons away and then move her way out here, and everyone hits her for 1 damage, and she doesn't kill them.
Wait, does she like still punch him or whatever?
No, she just stands there, takes it.
Oof.
Aww. Well, all those guys are dead. Actually, I think a lot of them are in range of Gatry, who probably won't be able to one-hit them. So one guy will hit Gatry and live, then the rest will not be able to target Gatry anymore, and then they'll all die on Titania. Unless you put Ike within range. But then it gets kind of dicey. Or you could just retreat her all the way, I don't know.
I don't know.
If Ike goes up on the top side, 1, 2, 3, 4, okay, he'll be in range of... do they have 6 movement or 5? I don't know. If they have 6 movement, he'll be targeted 3 times and probably die.
Mhm.
Yeah, okay. It would not be good to go to the top of the
No.
archer. Ike's still a little bit of a baby, especially because he got nothing on his first 2 level ups. Who is this guy? Him and his iron bow. He's the wind. Show him how it's done, Shinon. He's not even gonna kill him. Oh, I take it back.
Oh.
I forgot to mention that as a sniper, Shinon has an extra 15% chance to crit or something.
Ooh.
I don't think it's 30. It's either 15 or 30, and I forget. Let's see if I can kill one of these guys. With the iron sword, he might double hit. Oh, just enough. Wait, no. I
No.
know the defense. Yeah.
Yeah. No.
He's got 4 more attack speed, so I think he doubles here.
Oh.
I think it's 4. I think that's the magic number. Let's find out. Oh, but he doesn't kill.
But we still didn't do the math.
No. Well, I didn't say he kills him. I just said he doubles.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the other window is better.
Agreed. Let's go. Hell
Uh-huh.
yeah.
Hell yeah. That ain't no jaggin'. So you did not bring a healer, and you cannot heal other people. You can only use a vulnering on yourself. So you've got to keep Ike alive. It's the combat window. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kita! It's Marcia. Marcia? Marcia?
Honest pirates.
Yar. Yar? Yar. I like Marcia.
Clam bake.
So if you leave her alone over here, she will get herself killed. I think Ike might be the only one who can talk to her to recruit her. But maybe that's not true. Wow, the double attack coming out from Gatry over here.
She seems fine.
Yeah, the sword guys she's got the advantage against, and they've got low strength. It's the axe pirates up at the top of the ship that give her trouble. Also, sorry, excuse me, all these guys that you charged into here at the bottom of the boat, sometimes they'll go up and also get her, and it gets bad. You're gonna go down to 2 health. And that's okay. That's what vulneraries are for. Just means you gotta be careful. Also, you might dodge, right? 46% chance to hit only. Let's go, Ike.
Hey.
Yeah.
Let's go, Ike.
All right. No more fucking around, Ike. You can't afford to be a little baby for much. Oh, yeah. That's fine. That's more than fine. I think there's a place you can visit in the bottom right. I don't know if you want to make someone go over there.
No.
Okay. It might even be better if you don't kill that guy. Well, I'm not sure, actually. If he attacks Marcia and she kills him, then it doesn't matter. But if he's around on her turn so that she kills him and doesn't fly all the way up to the top of the ship, that'd be neat. But he's got, what, 7 health? So she'll kill him on his turn and then fly up there anyway, so never mind. +1 string, +1 defenestration. Magnetism still at 1.
Magnets, how do they work?
Ike doesn't know. Doesn't have a clue. She didn't even move. I was totally wrong.
Nobody moved.
Oh, that should have been the vulnerable. Oh, whatever.
Ah.
Like here, like which of these 3 ridiculously overpowered invincible units should be the one to go kill this guy? Are you explaining magnets to me the way that my father explained sex?
What?
When a Papa Metacrystal and a baby dipole get together. Talk.
Oh,
crackers. Don't give up. She said, having killed 2 men and taking 1 damage.
And done nothing for 2 turns.
Marcia is the character who carries the speedrun because she flies, and flying is very good. Her stats are honestly, like, they're just okay. Oh, I guess she's not technically on your team yet. But if you give her like 20 levels, then they're definitely pretty good, and then you can fly her around wherever, and she kills everything. And you not even hit this guy. He's the size of a small house standing there. He's not moving. He's not going anywhere.
Yeah, this boat should be sinking.
Great. He needs the might from the Steel Lance to kill him. This one won't finish. Is that one the boss? No, I guess it's the blue guy at the bottom that's the boss. Aveti.
Haveti.
My favorite kind of cheese. Just flip that coin. Here we go. Still one-rounding guys with an iron weapon. He wants Gatry. You're busting big gut.
Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Oh. Okay. Hey, Jeeves.
Your people will suffer no more indignities at their hands. You guys were pretty good, but I was hoping I'd get to see Commander Grail do some real shit. J-O-K-ing? She getting hot under the collar here. So Tania's horse was taking the experience. It would explain why she only gets 5 for killing these guys.
Roadside.
Nothing says throwaway in between chapter quite like a title called Roadside Battle. You were on your way somewhere to actually do something, but until then, here's something that just kind of happened in between, I guess.
Your horse broke down on the side of the road. You had to call AMA.
Dang. AHA. Or HAA or what, I don't know.
Some acronym. Soren.
Unbelievable news. Wow.
Not Crimea.
These 2 proper names are going to war.
Look at this map.
Like the Nickelback song. Look at this map. Melior's Royal Library. If you ever want to know who the bad guy is in a Fire Emblem story, just look at whoever's riding the wyverns.
Yeah. Crimea
Brutal.
River.
Look at this fucking bad guy.
Barely even see his face.
King's brother. What a crazy idea that is. That your country could go to war and you're just so far out on the countryside, like you just don't know yet. Soren, very practical. Just straight up watch him burn.
Practical.
Practical to a fault. Yeah, 2 guys who people think are pretty cool generally aren't what win a war. Whoa. Okay, you got a chaperone.
Oh, okay. It's a sword.
It's a common thing for the Lord character to have some kind of personal weapon that's unique to them.
The Lord Sword?
Yeah. God, I wish that was what everyone called it. Eliwood's rapier, classic Lord sword. Sword.
Sword.
And then when they promote, they become a sword lord. Sword lord with a lord sword. How do things look? Well, there's a lot of corpses. The tuba boss.
Oh no.
Maijin. Retreat doesn't enter Ike's mind.
6 feet 20 or whatever? Nah, we're good.
So now you got Soren. He's a mage, so he's squishy, but he'll hit people pretty hard. He's fast, so he's very likely to double hit. He's got an innate skill that gives him a chance to do an extra hit. So he's kind of like a glass cannon. In general, he's okay. Oh yeah, there's a
Separate triangle.
There's a weapon triangle for magic now. I just think of it as like Pokemon, where like red beats green. I just picture like fire beats grass. And then it breaks down a little bit because thunder is not blue. But hopefully my brain can fill in the rest of the gaps after I think about red beating green.
And there's just those normal Pokemon.
It's just over there. That's just the way it is. You know what's fun? Cool Kid has been playing Pokemon Yellow for the first time. It's like his first Pokemon game.
Have you been watching that?
Yeah. got a level 32 Pikachu. And like an Ivysaur and a Charmander that are desperately trying to keep up.
It'll probably be a Pikachu forever.
Uh-huh. No, it's straight up telling you, like, you do 1 extra damage.
Now watch him fight. Have you played many Pokemon games?
I played the first one a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And then, way after it came out, I went back and played Sapphire Generation 3 on the GBA. And then got to the Elite Four and wasn't really quite strong enough yet to beat them, and didn't want to like go grind or whatever, and went, yeah, close enough.
Yeah.
And that's it. All the other Pokemon games, not at all. It's gonna be really easy to get Ike overwhelmed. Though I think these soldier guys are like made of paper, kind of. Like if you actually look at their stats, 5 strength, 6. Nah, maybe not. They're all kind of like Ike level, actually.
Yeah.
Ike's just a lot faster than them. Pokemon's a weird one though, because I watch a lot of YouTube videos about Pokemon and like competitive Pokemon, so there's so much I know about Pokemon without having played any of the games since the original. And then I guess Sapphire.
Dude, Xeno, I was thinking about something with Black-White.
Yeah, what was it about that one that was like, that's the one?
I don't know, I've had like a taste of the other ones. But nothing about that one.
So the Regal Sword it's just light enough that I think you don't get weighed down. Yeah, it's 6 weight, so you don't get weighed down at all. It's a little stronger, and it's got a little bit of crit.
Yeah, I was thinking I could be like, we can play Pokemon Black and White. Then we play 2 of them at the same time.
Pokemon Black and White. Whoa!
Whoa.
That's that extra crit on the Regal Sword coming in clutch.
Or I was thinking like, oh, me and Myth could each play one like separately and then have like a fight at the end or something.
And I would be a fucking
like,
try hard and know all the strategies.
Yeah, I was like, maybe not.
I'd hit you with some like bullshit fucking stall team that just pulls into all your Pokemons and then just watches you die slowly. But then I wouldn't have any practice at actually piloting it and would still probably just fucking lose to a strong guy or something.
Swap Pokemon after every gym.
Yeah, people have come up with all kinds of ways to play Pokemon in different ways because they
Dude,
just
because
love
that's
those games.
The games aren't fun. You gotta like find something to make them interesting.
The ultimate, of course, is the Nuzlocke I'm sure you've at least heard of this.
Mm-hmm.
I've never tried or even... Oh, there's a bow guy. He's in range. What are we going to see here? Is he going to double? Alright, even if he does, we're okay. You're going to learn something cool about staff users in this game.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I won't even say it because you'll just see it and you'll just know. Yeah, I know Pie's always doing that Ironmon. I've never watched it. I don't know. I don't even actually really know what it is. I'm guessing it's like a big randomizer, and then he just does like kind of like Nuzlocke rules, sort of, where like the permadeath.
Yeah, I think he's got like all the stats of like the enemy trainers and stuff up like 50% or something too.
Some of the randomization options in Pokemon are so weird. They're like, they have random types and stats and moves, and it's like, well then, like, they're not even the Pokemon they look like, right? They're just, like, what is it?
They're nothing anymore. They're just...
It's a Ship of Theseus situation. What even is this thing? It says Bulbasaur, but it's got the stats of a Dragonite, and it's doing ghost moves on me. Nothing means anything anymore. I got a feeling you're gonna wear this Regal Sword down to a nub.
Yeah.
Because like
So
he
you
wouldn't
could,
have killed
like,
without the extra might there, right? Like it
Yeah.
mattered.
You can like fix weapons in these games, right?
Not really. There's
Not really?
there's one staff called the Hammerna staff, and it will repair something. It has 3 uses. It comes at the end of the game, and that's it. You can forge new stuff later on, and you can give it like customized stats. You can be like, it's got lower weight and higher attack. So if there's a unit you want to level up and they need some help, you can forge them a good weapon, and that is a really good way to do that. And then you can also like give the weapon a name if you want to have fun. Yeah, so Soren's damage isn't like, it's not blowing you away.
Uh-huh.
I mean, it's literally blowing him away because it's got that wind magic.
Woohoo.
But his growths are good. He will stay double hitting guys like for the whole game. So even if his attack isn't that good, when you multiply it by 2, it's pretty good. And if he gets enough levels, eventually he'll just start one-rounding guys.
Can Reese do like damage? No?
Nope. Oh wait, I don't know if it happened. I thought he should have gained some HP, I thought, for having a staff equipped. Maybe it happened and I missed it. Maybe it's the next game or something.
Just all staff users supposed to happen? Or just like the
Yeah.
healer?
Yeah, when you end your turn equipped with a staff, or you start your turn equipped. Oh, because he doesn't have it equipped actually. Is that what's happening?
What?
I think it should say equipped. Yeah, maybe it's only Radiant Dawn. See how he's got an E on his sword because it's
Yeah.
equipped?
Well, how would you even equip it though?
Yeah. I mean, if you move somewhere and like an equipment menu doesn't pop up, then it's the wrong game.
Certain
double hit
conditions.
I think it's whenever he attacks, and it's based off of his skill, I think.
Dark.
Straight 1-to-1. So yeah, I think it's got an 8% chance to proc right now. I do know that some of these bushes up here are green and glowing. They're like it's like a heal bush.
Oh. Heal
Yeah,
hedge.
heal hedge. If you leave a guy on there, they'll gain a bit of HP. What do you think? 0 damage? 1 damage? I think 0.
0.
Look at her just looking at him too. Eventually you'll hit a point where Titania will smack them twice and leave them at like 2 HP. And that's when you can finally start to give Ike his levels.
Yeah. Ooh.
Good shot. Two experience. Titania will go along as an advisor. My advice is you send me out there and you give me an axe. Yeah, being in the bush also gives you some defense and some avoid, I think.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, he's got a night killer. It's gonna do bonus damage.
Oh no! Boy, that was risky.
Yeah, he would hit her for like 6 or something. So I will say, I think your usage of Titania has gone into overuse of Titania. That's my official opinion.
That's your
at this
assessment?
point. This is a little bit too much. I definitely underuse her, right? I should lean on her a little bit more. But I don't think you're in trouble. And also,
Oh,
if,
yeah.
if if Ike's like a late bloomer or whatever, that's fine too, because he gets stuck at
late
level 20
bloomer.
anyway. Whenever Titania is around on the front lines, there's an awful lot of late bloomers on the field.
Grr.
Grr. I love how he like talks shit and then just gets hit in the face with. Oh, all right, he's got a javelin, so he'll fight back. Actually, I thought he was just gonna take 2 arrows to the face. Grr. Does this game have "Together We Ride" in it? Yeah, I think it does.
Can't shove the night guy, huh?
He's too heavy. He's got more weight than Ike does. No, at some point she ended up with a lance, so she's got that too. Blah.
Oh no.
Oh, you don't want to. This is tough. It's either that iron axe she has equipped or the steel axe. Yeah, it becomes a little bit before you get a convoy that you can send things to.
I remember that guy blowing up like all the time on my playthrough.
Poor Merlinus.
Mm-hmm.
No, Doisa might be right. It might not be in the game. Because I don't think it played when Jorf talked to Marcia. You found a lady. I thought it just said fight.
Just fight him.
You got a random roadside battle that just kind of happened to you, and then the next battle
And
is
then you
just
just fight.
fight.
Yeah, they really skimped on the story in this game. Elincia.
She talks like a fancy lady. It's a princess. She's got her own theme song.
Okay.
No, the Pink Pegasus didn't join. You have to talk to her so that she will join later, but she's not here yet.
Oh, crackers.
The king and queen are both dead. The princess is with us, of all people. It don't look good for Crimea. King Canagus in Gallia
Gallia.
is apparently gonna help. Yeah, Gallia. It was what? That was the bad guy kingdom in Lunar?
No, that was our good guy kingdom in Valkyria.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
No, it was Galleon who was the bad guy, the Lord Magic Emperor.
Galleon, yes.
Galleon, yes. So the king of Gallia sort of promised to help Crimea in a pinch. So as a last-ditch effort, she was making her way there. No, she used to be in the army. That's why she got all heated when that guy was saying, "You should have been in the army."
The greatest line ever heard. You got that one bookmarked too? Trouble. Fight.
It's a fight.
Is this gonna be a defense mission?
Sure is. Total opposites. He's a bit of a sociopath. Just a little bit.
A little bit.
Stinking beast country. Ike doesn't even really give a reason for why he feels that way, huh?
Mhm.
Take your positions.
What do you mean we're not gonna fall for their trap? Isn't it already like kind of late?
Well, you're not gonna walk out here and like put your weapons down and be like, "Yeah, we got the princess. She's right here."
Mm-hmm.
You've only got one leg in the bear trap. That's the fourth most popular clip. Our most popular clip is I'm petting myself, thanks to the evangelism, I think, of the great Sir Nico. And I know that because Jorf raided some guy, and he had... Oh, I wish I could remember his name. But he had the most crazy...
Yeah, it was Wells-ish.
Wells-ish. When someone raids his channel, a huge fake news program comes on and has like a message that's like, Jorf's raiding, we got a new message coming in from Jorf, let's see what's going on. It cuts to the news desk. There's like a clip of some lady at a desk looking bored, and behind her it pulls the most popular clip from the raiding person's channel and plays it, and he'll like watch it and react to it to get an idea of like who you are and what you're about.
Yeah, that was wild.
It lasted for like 2 minutes or something.
I think it was like in the middle of a speedrun or something too.
It's a good idea. It is a little weird, like I don't know, like maybe you didn't want to interrupt his speedrun.
It was like right then, yeah.
Maybe you didn't want to put yourself out there in that way and show everyone your clip. Like, what if your top clip is you fucking up real bad and everyone thought that was funny and that's why they watched it, right? Like,
yeah, my actual top clip is from Overwatch like 5 years ago, but it shows the second top one from like 4 months ago, I guess.
I guess. Who knows what kind of algorithm he's got working. Yeah, so obviously holding some choke points with some strong characters is a good idea. Also on this map, if you look around, I think there's a cute little lady hanging around somewhere.
Cute little lady?
I think it might be this map. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's later.
A lot of ladies just hanging out in wars.
What are they doing there? You don't belong there. No, it's not this map. I'm mistaken. Bum, 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 bum,
Oh,
bum, bum.
Oscar.
Oh, it's giving you the move again for Oscar's like last square of movement right now.
Oh.
So this is Valkyria Chronicles rules, where if someone just like breaks past you and gets onto that square, you lose immediately.
Oh yeah.
Ooh. Yeah, Boyd's not fast.
God.
I was like, oh yeah, and you can switch to the iron bow so that Boyd can finish him. And got him.
We are two different people.
This is fun too, because I've never tried like a Titania only playthrough or whatever, right? So I don't know how it's gonna go. That guy's got a big hammer. He's dead. Uh-oh, I think he might drop the hammer and then Titania's
Titania.
full of all her weapons. Alright.
Yeah.
I would ditch maybe the steel axe. Definitely not the javelin. What are Titania's growths? Her 80 HP growth, aside from some special characters, is the highest in the game. Her 45 strength growth is average. Her 60 skill growth is higher than average. It's actually second highest in the game. Her 50 speed growth, above average. Maybe on the high side of average. Her 45 luck growth is pretty good. High side of average. Her 40 defense growth, high side of average. Yeah, 45 res, high side of average. She's on the high side of average across the board.
Damn.
With pretty good base stats. She's a good unit. Starts good, stays good. Here's where it's like, definitely never leave the square unattended. That would be a horrible idea.
Got us.
Boy, that guy has so much movement. Game over, man. Game over. They gave her the... What is it?
Yeah, what is
Alien? I think it's Alien.
How about you just kill him? Boom, defended.
Game over, man. Whoa. First appearance, Aliens in 1986. So not Alien, but Aliens. Though initially a braggart, Hudson's confidence turns to panic when most of his fellow Marines are killed by aliens during the mission. After the team's dropship is destroyed, he exclaims, "That's it, man! Game over, man! Game over!" His voice cracks super hard on the second game over. I just looked up the actual clip. Game over! Does he get it done with an iron sword?
Is the iron more damage?
No. Ah, shoot. I'm just trying to save the Regal Sword a little bit whenever possible. Oh, okay, some tag team working together. And you can hit that guy and then go move off somewhere if you want. You can move on to that heal bush. Really, you don't need to be too stingy with the Regal Sword. It's most useful right now before Ike gets his levels, right? Skill and luck, huh? I can't when your Ike hits level 10, I'll check a average stat guide or something and report back at just how shitty your Ike is.
No, okay.
I'll be able to use math and statistics to be able to tell you how objectively bad your game is. Here are exactly all the ways in which your character is lacking. Double hits this guy. Oh, I guess the steel bow he has is too heavy for him. They do get a lot of mileage out of the camera shake on this attack animation. It'd probably look a lot lamer if he just strolled over there. Doesn't even double this guy? A cool thing about Shannon is he's got the provoke skill, which makes enemies a little bit more likely to target him. Which for an archer who can't counterattack is normally pretty bad, but right now at the beginning of the game, he's got so much just stats that he's basically invincible. So because he wields a bow and he's not going to counterattack, a lot of enemies will try to hit him instead of, say, Boyd.
Interesting.
We'll see how that plays out here.
Is my healer ever gonna level up?
It's not easy to get levels for your healers. You gotta be healing like every turn, even when you don't really need it.
Mm-hmm.
And you gotta be dragging your feet a little bit if you want them to really keep up. But basically, no. Your healer is going to fall behind more and more, and then the game's going to give you a new healer, and you're going to put them in instead. And you're going to repeat that until the game is over.
Fall behind more and more, and eventually die. Probably.
Yeah, these random shots where the bow guy walks up and gets a piece of him, eventually he'll just take the whole thing right there.
Yeah. This guy?
In levels. Yeah, he's not actually promoted or anything, so... Wow, an incredible level up. All your good units are getting even better, and all your units who desperately need help are floundering. It truly is a Jorf playthrough through and through.
It's out of my hands. Good numbers, guy.
Yeah, it's a 25% chance to get speed on Gatry. That's pretty good. Look at you've got him on the other side of 4 guys somehow. Oh, that's his Adept's proccing, so he's going to get another hit here.
Ooh.
And that proc can happen on both of his hits if you're really lucky, so he technically could hit 4 times.
Quad hit? Ooh.
Got him.
Got him.
The crit would have fucked
Oh,
everything up anyway.
super got him.
Here he goes. Best stats in the game. Yeah, sure.
Sure.
He didn't get strength, but everything else, literally everything else. It really goes to show how bad archers are in Fire Emblem that Shinon comes pre-promoted with good base stats and like hands down the best growths in the game. And all of the top Fire Emblem players are just kind of like, yeah, but he's an archer though, so nah, not really. I'll take someone else. I can't remember if this game has crossbows that let you counterattack from 1 square away. Might not be this game. Or you can move him out of the way so someone else can hit that guy.
Boyd.
One on the board for Boyd. Let's go. It's you, Boyd. It's not even like an overwhelming amount of experience for each kill, huh? It's a really long death animation, just lingering as the corpse still straddles the horse that doesn't quite know what to do. I think there's like a boss guy down there you can go fuck up if you want. Although I have a vague memory of the gate on the right opening up and some guys showing up.
Yeah.
So maybe don't leave the fort completely undefended. Oh, he's coming to you. But definitely someone should go kill that level 13 armor knight. Might even drop something. Alright, you can hit Y on him, see if he's got anything. Yeah. That's +2 luck permanently.
Ooh.
Can't remember if it's 3 times damage or 2 times damage if you've got an advantage, like with a weapon, like using the hammer on that armor guy down there.
Here she goes.
That guy hit her for 5. Oh, he's got a blade, that's why.
Got him.
Crunch. And they just stand there looking at each other like, whoa. That was kind of a messed up thing you just did to me, okay. Hey, Dark Eye.
Yo, what's up, Dark Eye?
Sure hope Riz isn't in range of that guy outside. Oh, you're okay. Javelin guy. What are you doing? It's like they're not even looking at the numbers.
Yeah, we're just jorfing around.
Oh. I actually think Shanon's not going to do a lot of damage to this guy, even with the steel bow. I guess that's pretty good. I guess a 2-round KO. Maybe that's pretty good.
Pretty good.
Yeah, that's Titania's home. That's where she's been since the beginning. Oh, the counter. You did 1 damage to him. That's weird, because he hit you for like 5. Maybe you hit him for 2. I mean, you really did a good look. Whoa, Gatry.
Whoa.
He's got enough. 84% chance. 94. So Gatry's going to be holding on to
There we
this
go.
Ashir icon. I'm trying to remember. No speed this time, sadly. There's some characters.
Can you
who
tell me
might
he's
leave
gonna
for a while.
disappear?
He might. There's a couple people who might not stick around. And I don't remember when it happens.
Yeah, I'd rather have the enemies play smart against you than just run into you too. Weapon level up.
Yeah, it's tough because like it's possible to make them like as smart as possible, right? Like in some ways, it's kind of easier sometimes to make them really good than it is to make them bad in certain ways. And it's possible sometimes that it's not as fun when they're too good. But I think I can definitely get on board with the slider being moved a little bit further towards the smart side. That's a good level.
Nobody's getting strength.
Yeah. Oh, I like what you've done with the positioning. Look at this highly unnecessary set of attacks coming up. Except don't look at it, because you don't get to see it. But they were there. Let's go, magic. Let's go. Shit.
Ooh.
Didn't even get HP. Soren's got a 60% magic growth, which is tied for highest in the game. Oh, I guess I was only looking at the top half of the roster when I was comparing some stuff. Yeah, it's second highest by 5.
Yeah, I've played a few tactics games, and the other end of the scale is even worse. Like when they don't even move and come to fight you. Dude,
Yeah,
what was it?
Or like run away from you as you like have to hunt them down one by one.
I forget what this emote is from, like a PlayStation Tactics game. I forget what it even is. But that game, if you're not in range of them, they don't even move. The entire game, no one moves unless you move in range of them.
If you can kill all 3 of these guys, then kill the guys at the bottom. You will end this chapter 1 turn early.
I'm not sure I can do that.
It's the last turn. Yeah, I don't think Boyd and Oscar can one-hit these guys. No.
No.
Oh.
Oh.
God, it really didn't look like he dashed through that guy really fast and came out the other side. Like, it just looked like he teleported or something. Maybe you will do it. Maybe you'll just, like, crit. Twice. Here it comes, 2%.
2.
Swish, 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 swish.
Shusha!
You're not even going to kill him on enemy phase, too, because he's got a bow, so he's just going to attack from far away. Unless you leave Soren exposed, and he wants to try to kill Soren. Then Soren will hit him back. Assuming Soren doesn't die. He'll be fine.
Oh, but there's a hidden item all the way down the corner, right?
No hidden items. Oh, the game actually, like, it let you do your full Kanto movement afterwards. Like, it didn't actually make you move those 7 squares or whatever. It gave you just one movement. Yeah, I think hidden items are dumb. Unless you've got some kind of mechanic to, like, let someone, like, be able to, like, know where they are. Like, it rumbles when you get close. Like, if you've got nothing like that, and you literally just need to move all of your units onto every tile in the game to find them, no.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't want it. He valued his life more than he valued getting a good hit on Soren. Retreat, said the one guy. Well, you made an enemy of a warlord superpower nation that is in the middle of crashing upon the country in which you live.
Couldn't have been helped. Everything else we burned. We're in charge of the princess. Right on.
Oh. This thing they show at the beginning of every title card, probably not important. Probably just a thing.
Just a medallion.
Glowing with mystic energy. A memento of her mother that the main character's sister keeps by close to her at all times.
This is just the one soldier that came back.
Yeah, you get a monologue of her if you kill all the guys. Where she's just like, "Where is my guys?" They already got the capital.
That seems bad.
Mm-hmm. Boom, 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 boom.
General painting.
I was discussing what I'd spend my perk points on as a character. You show up in an RPG, or you wake up and the world you live in has been turned into a video game. Where do you put your points? And owning a mysterious glowing heirloom is a pretty good choice. I kind of like that they start the story grounded in some characters that you can, actually relate to. And then after the big full-scale war kicks off, it's like, all right, here's what's going on. Here's where they are. Here are the names. Right? If they throw this stuff at you first, you're like, whatever, I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
The Laguvs. They're cats. Sort of. And the humans are Bjorks. Which is really funny if you're a fan of, fuck, hold on.
What?
I got a Icelandic
Bjork?
avant-garde pop songs.
Yeah.
It was a Bjork joke. I thought she was. I was like, she's not Swedish. Shit, what is she? The continent is just Spain, but with a little divot. I don't know what Spain looks like. Map of Spain. Yeah, kinda, I guess. I don't know. It probably looks like a lot of countries. Did you watch the GeoGuessr speedrun at Awesome Games or Summer Games Done Quick?
No.
Yeah, I was way too curious about it to not click it. But I don't know. A lot of the commentary, it could have done more to explain some of the fun details about what was happening. But every now and then they would give me exactly what I wanted to know, right? Which is like, he just drops in and he just goes like, "Oh no," and you're like, "What? Like what?" And he's like, "We're in the suburbs of Adju, but it's something." Like he just knows as soon as he gets in there, right? What's so fast? It's fascinating. I'm like, how? You need to tell me how, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then he'll just start talking about how like, yeah, it sucks because it's hard to do things here or something, right? Like the way that a speedrunner complains about their speedrun all the time.
Right.
But then eventually he's like, "Oh yeah, sorry, I know because I turned around And this cop car here is what follows the Google car for protection. And when the left light is blue, that's how you know you're in this country. And it's like, what? What? Right? That's those little moments. I'm like, yes,
Yeah.
that's so good. That's such
Yeah,
good
that's what you
commentary.
want to hear. Beast, bird, dragon?
Yeah, the Lagoos they're animal people. They will kind of shift between forms. Some are cats, like more graceful cats, like a panther or something. And then some are kind of more bulky cats, like a big tiger or a lion. And some are dragons, which are pretty rare. And some are birds. The hunt. Dragons in this game 12 years old. Technically, the dragons in the other games are actually thousands of years old. They just take the form of a young prepubescent girl. No. The dragons in this game are just people. You don't have to worry about that bullshit.
Two groups.
Guess which units are going in which group?
Okay, gang, let's split up.
Yep, there goes two of your best units.
Me and Daphne go off alone.
So much of Scooby-Doo really is just Fred trying to get with Daphne.
If you don't want to cause your family grief, then live. Come on.
Yeah, so I think that Ashira icon or whatever that Gatry had, I think it's gone.
Totally gone? Yeah.
Well, I mean,
he's coming back, though,
it
eventually?
might come back, but it's gonna be a while. You're back to the Titania show, basically. She's gonna fight. No, you won't.
Denied.
I think the game might have been nice and put their... No, there's no convoy or anything. So yeah, that stuff, they're definitely just going to hold on to that.
We still got this speed wing.
And the robe, too.
I don't know. I don't like any of them enough.
Okay.
Who would you give it to?
I don't know. If it were me playing this game, knowing everything I know now and replaying it, I would want to play it differently than I usually do. So I would maybe try to give everything to Marcia and see if I could make her super strong, and if that's any fun, to do some speedrun-like stuff, have her fly around, do whatever the fuck she wants.
You want to take a break before we do this?
Yeah, I think this is a good break time. I'll think about who else I would give those items to while I get some water and a snack, and then I'll come back and let you know in a couple of minutes.
All right. See you soon. Yo, yo, yo.
We're back. I'm back. I'm not out of breath at all from carrying laundry up 2 flights of stairs.
No?
No.
That'd be silly.
Who would be so out of shape that laundry qualifies as a small workout? Surely only a shameful person.
Surely.
Here's how to get the fuck out.
Show me.
You win if Ike gets there, but other people can go first. I like the implication that, like, what happens if they don't get out before Ike? Something nice might happen.
What? What?
I'll tell you. It's a mystery. You will earn extra battle experience if you have the other units escape before Ike. Which is experience that you can give to anyone in between battles.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Mysterious.
And you could save your game and give them experience to level up and see what level up they get. And if it's bad, you could reset your game.
Ooh.
Yeah, there's a real dark road.
This guy's only level 2, man.
Level 2. He's probably level 2 promoted then, right?
Does it
What
say
is
that
he?
or something? Halberdier.
Halberdier. Yeah, he's promoted. He's a promoted soldier. A veteran.
Oh man, he's right in the middle of the biorhythm. Oh, that's gonna be tough.
I think there's actually one case in all of the route for Fire Emblem where they were like, oh shoot, if the biorhythm wasn't here, it would actually make a difference. That's how little impact it has on the whole thing. I think it's something like between +5 and +10 hit chance or something. And then down to -5, -10. Maybe it influences dodge. I don't think it influences damage.
Yeah,
try.
level up.
Sweet.
Okay. Strength speed.
Yeah, the books just slow you down a lot.
Yeah, they do.
Even Titania. So you could maybe get fancy here.
You do like a rescue thing.
Yeah, you can rescue. So it's not great because you can get Soren further ahead than he is right now, but I don't know if you even want him further ahead than he is right now, right?
Yeah.
But you could, for example, like move Ike 2 down and rescue him, and then have Titania take and then drop him, and then move off somewhere. She wouldn't be able to attack though. Oh, but I guess she can't do it anyway. Okay, here's an idea. Oh, this can work too. So have her move somewhere that I can get next to her. Because he hasn't moved yet, right?
Right.
Or is she holding Ike?
She's holding him, yeah.
Oh, okay then. Yeah, no, then you can't do anything, basically.
Did Ike not get his turn after she drops him?
She can't drop him after picking him up. Unless she doesn't move in between those things. I guess you could drop him right now, maybe? No, not even. No, you can't rescue and then drop. You can take and then drop. Take is when someone else is rescuing someone and you go up and grab the person that they're rescuing. It's very specific.
So wait, what was your original plan?
So you could have had Titania rescue Soren, and then go stand somewhere within Ike's range. And then Ike could take Soren from her and drop him somewhere further up. And then he would still be on the ground and get his turn on the next turn.
So it would just be like a 2-square transfer.
Yeah. It's obviously a lot more powerful when you're not stuck in a forest or whatever.
Yeah.
And there's all kinds of other... You can trade on top of taking and dropping, so... You can sometimes get a surprising amount done with just a couple turns.
Equipment? What?
This is just like you can. Yeah, whenever you
What,
attack
you think I haven't
someone
had weapons on this whole time?
No, but you might want to move into someone's range and equip a faster weapon so they don't double attack you or something, right?
Sure. Oh, that's a full-on tree.
That ain't no thicket. Perfect. Well, a javelin is coming his way, but it probably won't hit. So while you are rescuing someone, you have half speed and skill. So Titania might not double anymore. She might still. She's that good. And her skill's probably high enough that she'll probably still have a 100% chance to hit, but maybe not. Might be a little bit lower.
So she can't drop him and then attack?
No. But if you want to hit with her instead of someone else, you could, and then they can take Ike and drop him. So they don't attack, but Titania might if you really want her to attack or whatever. Basically, someone's got to give up an attack this turn to get Ike down. And then, yeah, no turn for Ike. He's grayed out.
Oh.
So it's basically you never want to have someone rescued at the end of your turn. Unless you're in the middle of like a huge transit over somewhere. You generally want to drop them on the same turn and get them down.
Yeah, that seemed like a bad move.
Yep.
But now we know.
You got your... I was gonna say you got your hands wet, and that's not right. You got your feet wet and your hands dirty with this rescue mechanic. Got your feet dirty.
Oh no.
I was kind of curious though if Titania would be able to just wreck these foils even while carrying Ike. She definitely would. Her defense is still the same, so she would still take no damage. But I don't know if she'd be one-rounding them. That's another thing you could do if you were someone else and didn't want her to kill everyone and get all the experience. Oh, Boyd, I'm a little worried about you, Boyd.
He might.
There's still
There's
still a guy.
Still a guy.
The Archer's gonna have a high chance to hit him.
Oh,
Steel
he's
boat. He's dead.
dead. Blast. Oh, Boyd. First blood. His family grief. Oh man.
I can't believe how bad that rescue stuff at the beginning of the mission panned out.
It was really bad. I didn't think it worked like that at all.
Yeah. As soon as you rescued Ike and not Soren, I was like, well, that's bad.
How bad is it though? Would you reset over Boyd?
Yeah, I reset for everyone. Even if I don't want to use him, I don't let him die. But, I usually don't use Boyd. Normally I'm like, no, I'll use Boyd, and then he just doesn't quite have the stats, and I'm like, nah. Was Boyd holding anything? I think he might have been holding that 7 HP robe.
Ooh, he might have been, yeah.
That poleaxe does bonus damage to people on horses, by the way. And now it's on the ground. or the blade, I don't know. Blade's not great. It's really heavy. I think you might be able to hit Y to look at it.
Yeah.
It's 15 weight. That sucks. It's a little bit strong. Not that the poleaxe is some amazing with thing also.
Mm-hmm.
But at least she can use it.
It's not stronger than the steel sword?
At 9 might? No, steel sword has 10.
Oh. Alright.
Yeah, the advantage is, well, no, you need the same rank to use both iron and steel, I think, in this game. So, rank doesn't factor into it. This guy's gonna hit you back with his bow, huh? And then what? You're just gonna heal with Riz?
Yeah.
I'm not even sure if Riz is in range. I think he might have just killed Soren. Let's hope for a dodge. Uh-oh. Maybe if Riz gets in range, then he'll kill Riz instead.
Magic skill.
Magic's pretty good. Oh, he can get out of the bushes. Okay.
Yeah, I checked it. There was some forethought.
Running away to heal. Oscar's gonna run him down on this horse.
Let's go, Oscar.
Let's go, Oscar.
What? Oscar!
Oh my god.
My boy!
Oscar's, you are now strictly worse than you were before. That's my favorite thing about the empty level up, is that you are not better in any conceivable way. I guess you could say he's closer to a promotion. Maybe that's wrong. Let's go, Oscar.
And then nothing.
I don't know how Riz is able to get these shots. Oh, that was Soren, I guess.
Mm.
Soren's pretty light. Oh, careful. There's mages down there. I think the Regal Sword might get a bonus against this guy. Yeah.
What?
It's effective against horse guys and armor guys, if you look at the bottom right here.
Ah.
I forgot, but as soon as I saw that armor guy, I thought of it. I'm not even gonna say anything.
Let's go!
Oh boy. Man, I guess you're just gonna have to use Titania if this keeps up.
Oh.
I like how they didn't even try to pretend like you want to watch an animation of a staff person healing one of your units every time.
Right.
Although some of the animations for the higher level staves are kind of cool in those GBA Fire Emblems. Steel might one-hit him. Aw. But Iron should get the job done.
Or not.
You missed,
Oh.
and He's only got 10 HP, so game over.
Hey, Boyd's back.
You were dead anyway, is the funny part. Even if you hit him, you
Yeah.
needed both hits to kill him. And I don't know. I was looking at the offense. I didn't even get a chance to look at how much damage he was doing to you. I didn't realize you left Ike at 10 HP.
I didn't realize either.
All right, you should use Oscar and Titania to do some cool rescue stuff. Like, you can have Titania rescue Ike and then move her full distance, and then Oscar can take drop Ike somewhere.
But why?
Just to get Ike out there faster.
Just to get him dead faster?
Mm. But if you do this on turn 1, there's less guys to worry about. But okay, well, what is Ike's movement? He gets to the edge of the bush on this turn on his own, doesn't he?
No.
Oh no, he's got the tree in front of him. All right, you know, that's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't rescue him anyway. Just get out there and have fun.
Yes, sir.
The only thing that's going to happen here is Soren's going to be stuck in the trees for a little bit, and that's fine. He doesn't want to be out here anyway. That guy hit Ike for 10 damage, huh?
That guy.
There was a character I was gonna tell you that I wanted you to use
Mm-hmm.
and make into our special little girl and give
Yeah.
her all the good stuff and everything. I think you're gonna get her killed.
What?
She's not known for her rigidness, her defense, her take on all oncomers.
That's why we give her all
Why
the
did-
stuff, though, right?
No amount of stuff will ever make this girl stand tall in front of a whole bunch of lance users or anything.
Uh-oh.
Survivability. Whoops. You moved him 2 squares in a different way.
This sucks.
All the many words I know completely failed me when I was trying to come up with synonyms for tough, durable, beefy. Rated Riz for Boyd. Yeah, it'll be interesting to be going without a healer from here on out. You're gonna have to buy some vulneraries or something.
Buy? What is this buy?
Yeah, you can't do it yet. This is probably the chapter where those shitty level ups are hurting you the most. And also the fact that everyone could have been 1 to 2 levels higher if they were actually killing guys.
There's no chance that healer would have been one to tell 2 levels higher, though.
No, definitely not. But maybe Boyd or Oscar is fast enough to double one of those guys and kill them instead of leaving them at half health.
Maybe. So is this game, if you load a save and do everything the same, will the RNG be the same?
I'm not sure. I don't think so.
Not
No.
fixed.
Yeah. Because people will do speedruns of the GBA Fire Emblems where they basically just mimic the tasks by perfectly controlling the RNG for the whole speedrun, and I don't remember there being anything like that for this game. God damn it. Oh, I like this strategy. Everyone goes to the right and fights together as one cohesive unit, and then Titania goes to the left and leaves a trail of destruction. I guess it doesn't even really like make sense. Like why are you fighting these guys? For the experience?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe one of them drops something. I don't know.
Next.
Oh, but this guy is big and heavy and miss.
He's a little beefy though. I'll take that.
Give it to the guy who the game ends if he dies, so you'll never lose it.
That's right.
The hammer is super effective against that armor guy. It's got a really bad hit rate though. And axe users are not known for their accuracy. You know what's cool? Well, first off, I enjoy any video where it's just someone who's just practiced doing a thing for like 15 years, right? Just seeing them do their thing is always impressive and delightful in and of itself. But
Sure.
if it's someone who's got some kind of like trade skill or something, like I was picturing just like a guy hammering nails. If you've ever seen like a super amazing nail hammering guy, just like smash in like 30 nails all in a row, perfect. Wham, 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 wham. The accuracy, the speed. There's probably like competitions and stuff.
Nail hammering competitions?
Nail hammering competition. The National TWA Nail Hammering Competition. That, I guess that's like a middle school thing there.
Let's go, Oscar! Ooh.
An actual level up.
We've changed the timeline.
Alright, can I find something that isn't a middle school competition? Nagelbalken? Nagelbalken, German for nail beam, is a competition in which participants compete against each other to drive nails into a wooden beam. It can be found as a game of leisure at events and festivals, often for children and as a wedding custom.
Wedding custom.
Been
Yeah.
around since the 1920s. There she goes again. Watching people make pulled noodles. The dough stretches, then doubles and doubles and doubles, and suddenly 10,000 noodles. For Expo 2000, the Bundesanstalt für Arbeitsschutz und Arbeitsmedizin in Dortmund presented the exhibition of the labor world to demonstrate different aspects of workplace security. A Nagelbalken area was provided to demonstrate a person's physical competence. Among many other things at the expedition and living and working world area in which the nail bar appeared dealt with the intellectual, psychological, physical, and social competence of people, which was implemented scenographically in 4 so-called elementary spaces. Why is it getting so specific about this? Yeah, no, I don't think there's anything for nail hammering quite like there is for, like, lumberjack stuff. If you've ever seen
Oh yeah.
people, like, there's an event where there's a giant trunk, it's just like a big log upright of wood, and you need to chop off the top of it, and it's like 20 feet tall or something. So what you do is you carve a little, like, niche into the side of it, and you stick a plank in it, and then you stand on the plank and you chop again, and you could do another niche with another platform and you stand on that, and then you get up to the top, and now you're finally in range to actually cut the top of the tree off. Just swinging away with an axe on top of this board that's, like, off on, like, it's on a weird angle, and it's crazy. You're like 15 foot in the air. And they'll do the whole thing in like a couple minutes. Alright, Ike at 5 HP. What could go wrong? You've got all these guys here. Surely, between you can keep Ike alive.
Surely.
What a battle for the ages that is. Whoa, live caber tossing. I'd like to see that someday. And I've been to Scotland, so it's on me for not seeing it, I guess, while I was there. Okay. Hurl a 50-pound weight as high as possible.
Some people can throw it really high.
I can't imagine a more terrifying spectator sport. That's like one where a guy shoots a bow and arrow straight into the air and he's trying to make it land on this target, and you're in the stands like 20 feet away like, I hope he's really good at this. Yeah, the stands have like a roof on them. Oh, like a high jump almost. Okay.
Just brings an umbrella? Yeah, I'm sure that'll be fine. Unhittable. Meanwhile.
I think this guy drops a short spear. So we're gonna be dropping an iron blade.
Ooh.
Yeah, no, like she really should be getting the boss kills, honestly. And then she can get out of here. Oh, I think you actually need to click escape and not wait.
Was escape there?
Oh, and you... No, because it was your Kanto movement after doing something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So should I just leave everyone else first and then I last?
Yes. Zero.
Whoop.
I cannot believe how many turns it is taking everyone here to take this guy down.
I was watching a movie the other day about trapeze guys. Man, those guys are in shape.
Oh wow. You gotta be. It's your whole. It's literally your life. Like.
Yeah.
Takes a real special kind of person to just. I like not get enough out of the rest of life or something to want to be willing to put themselves at that amount of risk. Why do humans do stuff like that? Explore the North Pole. Don't they know there's video games?
Or like, even like Mount Everest? What's the survival rate on Everest? It's not good.
Not sure. I do know that I'm really not a fan of the whole like industry of Sherpas who exist to get people who really shouldn't be climbing Everest to the top of Mount Everest. It's really kind of exploitative. According to a new study, the success rate of climbing the world's tallest peak, Mount Everest, has doubled in the last 3 decades. The death rate for climber remains unchanged at around 1%.
Oh. Yeah, I thought it would be at least double digits.
Yeah.
Yeah, or is this just to climb it at all and like not to the peak?
It does say climbing the world's tallest peak.
Hmm.
Oh, so success rates have doubled, and the death rate has stayed the same at 1%. Climbers older than 59 only had marginally increased rates of dying. The related article that it wants me to click on is Where is Mountaintop Ruins in Fortnite and how to reach there.
Very related.
The internet sucks now.
Oh man.
I did the Inca Trail. I know I've talked about this a couple times on our stream. But it's one of the most interesting things I've ever done in my life. So when I'm entertaining an audience, it comes up. The Sherpas who carry all of the tents and all of the cooking equipment and all of the food and all of the water are just incredible people. Their athleticism is astounding. One of us, like a 40-something white guy who fancied himself in shape, was like, how about you let me carry one of these packs for a bit? And he was like, I'll like an hour or something. He did not last an hour. He did not last an hour carrying one of these packs. And they'll just go off and do, your whole day's worth of hiking in a couple hours. And then when they get there, they're not resting, right? They're setting up the tent. They're getting everything ready for when you get there.
Mm-hmm.
There she goes in the front.
Oh,
Jorf, this is the mission where my favorite character comes.
Oh yeah?
I think.
You think?
It's kind of, I can't remember if it's like a weird two-parter or something. Yeah, when I went to Machu Picchu. Every picture you see of Machu Picchu has been cleared of all tourists. When you're there as a tourist, it is crawling with tourists. Everywhere you look, it's just people scurrying around like ants. You can't get a picture of anything without 10 other people posing in front of it.
Yeah, I bet.
Surprising amount of llamas just hang out there.
Just
They
hanging
just
out.
hang out. Yeah. There was actually a pretty amazing. We were looking at like a baby llama down on a ledge below us. There's a lot of ledges. It has to do with agriculture. Actually,
Right.
they would build them in special ways so that water would like flow down. They could also plant things at progressively higher heights to get them to like mutate or evolve or whatever to be able to withstand being planted at higher
Mutate.
heights.
Sure.
I don't know. I forgot the word. And so it's also just kind of baked into their architecture and stuff. So there's a llama on like a lower one of these ledges or shelves, and it's crying out a little bit. It's clearly been left behind in the scuffle or whatever. And Mama Llama hears the crying, and fuck all these tourists in between me and my baby. She just comes charging in. Just found a hole and went through it and like leapt down this ledge. It was very cool.
Hey,
There she is.
Mia.
I'm gonna tell you how to talk to people soon, I guess.
And Llama Llama.
Mama llama. Here she goes. Show him how it's done. Yeah, used her special skill to attack first, even on that guy's turn. Kind of surprised that's how she did against a lance user, actually. That was not bad.
Other phase. She just comes
She's
to
going
us,
to talk
eh?
to you. Yeah. Nice. That settles it. What's next, boss man? Alright. They're the same level. Let's compare their
Morbidin.
stats. 7 strength, 10 skill, 13 speed, 7 defense. 7, 10, 13, 7. And then Ike, 7, 10, 13, 7.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Why is she so much better than Ike?
She's a lot better.
21
More
health. I think
defense.
Ike's only got 22.
Yeah.
Oh no. Jorf, I got news for you. Mia is not all that great a unit.
Are you sure?
Her defense and stuff is pretty bad, and her strength is pretty bad. Her advantages are that she's incredibly fast and incredibly accurate. And she's like more accurate than she needs to be, right? It's like overkill. And the speed is usually pretty overkill too. It does give her a little bit of a void, but it's not nearly enough to reliably just be dodging everyone, right? She's going to take hits, and it's going to be a lot of damage.
Are we bad numbers guy?
She's fine. She's not bad, but you gotta baby her at the start. And she can never be a total, absolute superhero. You always gotta be at least a little bit careful with her.
Let's go, Ike.
No defense. What is Ike's defense? All of his stats are like coin flips, basically. Defense is 40%. Ike's speed is 55. He's got a better than average chance of getting speed. This is just kind of the thing with all of the Fire Emblem Lord characters, is that because they're just kind of... First of all, they start with low base stats and everything, because they're level 1 little babies all the time. So most of the stats that they get come from their level ups. And so they always have these really average stats across the board, kind of trying to be well-rounded or whatever. And it means that, like, with a bit of bad luck, they just don't get any stats sometimes. The other thing about Mia is that she turns into a sword master, which means she gets 15 crit when she promotes, but she doesn't get any new weapons or anything. She'll always just be using swords. So she often doesn't get a chance to make use of weapon triangle stuff. She'll never be able to attack from range. There's a couple of weird magic swords that can attack from range, but they key off your magic stat, and hers is going to be garbage. Whereas if you use axes or lances, you can always throw a hand axe or a javelin or something.
So if I attack with this iron axe and it breaks, I just like don't have a weapon on for
You
the
will
next
equip
turn?
the next one in your inventory.
Next
so you
one.
might even want to, like, if you wanted to make sure you equipped specifically the javelin after the iron axe, you could equip the javelin, then equip the iron axe, and it would put them in order such that when the axe broke, it would leave you with the javelin, right? Now you're thinking like a pro. I don't know.
Now you're thinking at least.
You're thinking. I just realized there isn't really a word for a guy who plays Fire Emblem too much.
Strength speed?
Continues to get better.
Boo 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 boo.
You can see her holding her lance now, actually.
Ooh.
I know there are some playthroughs. They're not necessarily speedruns, but they'll be like a low turn count playthrough or something, where you're trying to just do it in as few turns as possible. And the strategies for those get pretty intense, where you end up with like, yeah, this character needs a 5 durability hand axe so that they use 2 hits on this guy, 1 hit on this guy, 1 hit on this guy, and then it breaks mid-combat so that this guy stays alive so that this person can get the kill to get a level up, right? Like, some really specific niche stuff.
Thief?
This is Thief. He showed up.
I don't think so.
You came to the wrong house, sir. Holy shit. He's like, oh, what's going on in here? And this horse just comes barreling down the hallway, round the corner. Holy shit. Titania didn't even check, like, what side that guy was on. She... Yeah, see, if you moved her out there, she would probably die. Alright, Soren. He just refuses to gain magic, goddammit.
Oh, steel lance though.
Great. Just stole.
Armor Slayer.
I was like, oh, she's missing HP. We should definitely heal her with... Oh.
No.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting playthrough.
Well, how soon do you think we're gonna get another healer?
Pretty soon.
Okay.
Yeah, it'll be totally fine. There's that Kanto. I don't think you can stop Soren from taking a hit here.
No. Kanto?
That's when you get to move again. That's the name for it. It might actually be the name of the skill. If you look at Oscar, it might be on there. Oh, you want a Ike? I guess Soren would have counterattacked him. Uh-oh.
What happened to our thief? Send him down here.
Lament your fortune. One of the four riders. A flame lance of terrible arcane might. Who is this unknown man?
Oh man. Womp, womp, womp,
Look at his
womp,
fuck off
womp,
big axe
womp,
he's got.
womp, womp.
That ain't no training sword. I don't know if telling them
Just
right in
yelling
front
it
of them-
across the room.
We got the Princess Tagalia. She's in
Yeah.
that old fort on the hill, and we left her undefended. They said they would be along shortly. I like this song. I don't know if I've ever heard it all the way through to this point.
A true contest.
Do you really think I'll fall for? All right, fine. More guys.
There's a couple guys.
So I guess you do get to get Shannon and Gatry. I think this is their last ride, though.
Last ride.
Yeah, well, I guess I didn't mean to say that. I don't think the game will ever take a unit away from you permanently. Unless, you know, you
Unless
are
I
involved
take them
in the
away.
process. Oh, look at Boyd with the double hit.
Chop chop.
The javelin is pretty heavy. It weighs guys down.
Oh yeah. You'd think the opposite because they have to throw it.
Yep, you'd think that. I guess weight kind of represents, like, ease of use, I guess, in some ways. And it's a little more clumsy.
Oh, we got 2 chess keys.
One thing you could have done is if that thief was alive, you can let him open a chest and then kill him and get whatever drops afterwards.
Well, he doesn't open it just straight away? Or take it?
Yeah, like once he takes it, it goes into his inventory as
Oh.
a droppable item. But only one. If he loots a second thing, then only the second thing he looted becomes droppable.
What?
Yeah, so you gotta be careful.
Are we gonna be fine up here?
I think so. Like, I don't think Gatry's going to take any damage from anyone who isn't a mage, and I don't know if I saw any in there. And Shinon's probably the same, if you can even hit him. What's his defense?
10.
10 defense. And then just kind of click around, see what their mites are looking like. Oh, 13, but he's a mage. 14. Actually, between the Armor Slayer and the Mage, I am a little bit worried about Gatry. Let's see. Hello. Can't believe he's doing 7 damage.
Why? What would you expect?
It's just magic is usually good because the enemies have way less res than they do have defense. So even if you don't got a lot of magic or whatever, you can usually count on being able to hit people decently hard. And 7's just not doing it. Alright, shrugs off the Armor Slayer like a champion.
Nothing.
Wow.
Here comes a sick-ass level up.
He's got 0 res, huh?
He's got 1 now.
Yeah, there we go. Assuming that boss moves, and I think he does, because he's not really guarding a square or anything. Stuff like this is always a little bit weird when if you watch someone who plays Fire Emblem all the time and is interested in low turn count playthroughs and speed runs and what interested in whatever high level Fire Emblem play looks like, they'll always rank the Armor Knights really low because their low mobility just means that they can't get around the map quickly. So they can't accomplish multiple objectives in a map really quickly. So you can't, they're not good for low turn count playthroughs, or any kind of speedy playthrough at all, right? Which is just kind of inherently something involved when you're trying to be efficient in playing the game. Is taking less time to do things is just a part of that. But then you just see him walk up and take 0 damage from like 8 guys and fuck them all up in return, and it's like, how can you possibly look at that guy and be like, that's a bad unit, right?
Right. Let's go, Oscar.
Not bad. No strength, but like goddamn near everything else. No, he's not even bad overall, because like in order to recreate this situation that's happened, is you just take a turn to move him ahead or something, right? Like it's just so small a disadvantage if you don't care about burning a turn. If you don't care about not moving all of your units to their maximum movement every time to make sure that your Armor Knight keeps pace with everyone, then he'll just do this all the time. Hey, Branwyn.
Hey,
We got our healer killed.
we.
It's my responsibility to notice these things. Now, one might say you move far too fast for me to possibly notice that your healer's in range of 2 guys
One
in a
could say
forest
that.
somewhere. But one could also say that I totally could have noticed if I had been paying closer attention. I'm not completely innocent in this.
Oh, we're already pressing on. On has
Yeah,
been
that
pressed.
It was like an hour ago.
Alright, how much does this hurt?
Yeah,
A
it's
little bit
lot.
hurt.
Not only is he a boss, but he's a magic boss, so he's targeting your 1 resistance instead of your 16 defense. And he's also using
Mega Fire.
Hellfire, yeah, which is like it's kind of like a steel sword, I guess. Is this the sequel to Chip Chap? I'd play a tactics RPG with Chip and Chap.
Yeah.
You'd have to fill out your team with like Chop and Chup. That's not a good idea. It'll be fine eventually, once some of these guys get thinned out or whatever. I haven't played any Fire Emblem past Awakening. Maybe it's my fault, but I played Awakening on normal and just kind of breezed through it. And then didn't really feel compelled to try it again on harder difficulties or whatever. And then I think after that was when they did their like Pokemon Red and Blue version, where it was like, if you want to see the whole story, you gotta get both games. And I was like, what? No thanks. And that just kind of put me off the whole series. And then I know Three Houses came back and was also like, you know, really well received by all kinds of people. But that one also has like a splitting story that you need to play multiple times. At least you didn't have to buy 2 games, that's true. And I think if you pre-ordered Fire Emblem, you could get like both copies of the game or whatever. There was something. I wish I could see what their hit rates were against Shannon.
Mm-hmm.
It's got to be like down in the 20s or something. Yeah, I always hear horrible things about the story in Fates. You had to buy 2 games and 2 DLC to get the whole game. Oh boy, the Armor Slayer is going to be able to do something here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at this thing. Boom, 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 boom. Between the hammer and the Regal Blade and Gatry, I think you can probably clean these guys up. Ooh, that hit rate though.
That hit rate though.
You should see how much damage Gatry does, if you really want to be clean here. You can see how much damage Gatry does. Compare that to Boyd's Iron and, Steel Axe damage numbers. And see if he doesn't need to swing the hammer, because he'll have a better hit rate. I think I might just kill with Regal, but
No,
I
he
should have.
sucks.
Who am I kidding? He's bad. This isn't your average. Oh, he's in range.
Ooh.
Okay. He's not great either, but this is the point where you'd like do some math and be like, if I add this guy and that guy, it's enough to kill this guy and that guy and that guy, also enough to kill the other guy. Okay. You could download the other routes for 10 or 15 bucks if you owned one of them already. Gotta be the hammer. Ooh, actually, he almost got there with the iron axe.
Almost.
66%.
Boyd.
Strength, skill, speed, defense. Titania's just watching him go.
Just had nothing better to do.
Whoops.
Alright, there's a couple guys. Titania could totally take them all though. Oh, they're colorful.
Yeah. You thought there was going to be some triumphant Gallia theme? No, we're back to tubas. Who are you guys? We're Star Fox. A big guy showed up, Jorf.
He's the Black Knight.
Give me your money. Whoa.
Ho 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 ho.
Oof.
Wow.
Yeah, the game gets into this whole race thing a little bit. We get to do a good old-fashioned castle camp. Sit up on the ramparts and tell ghost stories.
Ooh, you know any good ghost stories?
Not the one.
Have you ever sat at a campfire and heard ghost stories?
No, never.
Me neither.
I don't even think it'd be all that fun.
No.
It'd be pretty lame, honestly.
I'm trying to get experience. I'm just not getting good level ups. We're done.
Bonding time is over. Yeah, his shoulder pad is reminding me of a bugle. I want to pop it off of there and put it on my finger.
Mm.
Yeah, it's a bluegill.
Bluegill.
Did they ever make a blue bugle?
Cool Ranch Bugle.
I'm just gonna Google blue bugle and see what it thinks.
Where are you?
I guess it's a flower. Adrigo reptans. Yeah, images are just many flowers. For pages and pages, it's just the same flower. Oh, but then there's an orange one that snuck in all the way down there. Yeah, like the sunship ones. Well, I don't know if he wanted to show me a horn instrument that was blue for some reason.
Mike! Stay back!
Clearly, these two got some history.
Here. Use this blade. What are you doing?
I've been waiting for this for a long time. I would prefer it if you use your proper weapon so that I might see you at your full strength. General Gawain, Rider of Dayan.
That was my name. Once. But
What was his name?
Yeah, I know, without subtitles or anything. He's a former general of Dayan, is your dad.
Is right here.
Do you want to die?
Your voice. I remember you. Think you can defeat me? The man who taught you how to fight? What a fool. Come on, boy. Come try me.
Is that all there is? No challenge? No resistance?
They didn't have enough budget to do blood.
Don't leave.
Blood's hard in 3D.
Leave me!
Yeah.
Father!
Idiot. Didn't respect the weapon triangle.
He gave him a sword and he was like, no.
Eh?
He's got the bad guy teleport.
Of course he does.
Yeah, see, this is interesting because I never let Riz die. Riz comes and heals him if you keep Riz alive, and he joins your team at
Oh
level
yeah?
20, and it's really, yeah. So, that's a shame. Wow, we've seen the despair. I don't think it ever really gets into it, like with any of the support conversations or anything, but I figure Titania probably had a thing for Grail.
Interesting.
They're gone.
Everyone's leaving.
Two and a half battles.
Look at
You
all
did
this.
it. You're in the base. Characters can support.
And it actually does stuff in this game, right?
Yeah, it does. Ike and Oscar. This is one of the best supports statistically. In terms of story, I think Oscar just like makes food for him a bunch. It's not really the best at fleshing out their characters. I think all of Oscar's supports are him just making food for other people.
Wish I had an Oscar. Great.
When you're late, you can get him to just rescue you and carry you over wherever you need to go. Yeah, so in order to build support points, you need to stand, I think, directly adjacent to someone, and end your turn, like end the round with 2 units standing next to each other, and then they get a point. And then when they hit a certain number of points, they're ready for the next rank. And then, in terms of benefiting from the support, you need to be within 2 squares of each other.
These
And
points are like behind the scenes points, right?
Yeah, no, you don't see them.
Just magic. Just magic going
Just
on.
all of a sudden, you'll go into the base and it'll be lit up.
Mm-hmm.
I me.
George.
For some reason, I thought his name was Gorge. Like George and Gorge. I was like, they're twins, so it's gotta be a thing, right? Nope, Daniel. Oh, in this game, it's just maps. And the support range is 3 tiles, not 2.
Just playing in the same maps together.
Yep. Just deploy him. One star, I think you might still like get stuff, but maybe not. Maybe 1 star is just conversation. Yeah, see, it's stuff like this. Doesn't really explicitly say, but I think it's hinting at how she feels.
More than hinting, I'd say.
And it says a lot that she doesn't cry until she's like off on her own somewhere. So she doesn't, doesn't portray weakness or expose her feelings or anything. And then it also says a lot that Ike sees her and then just kind of like backs away, right?
Uh-huh.
Titania reminds me of Paxenarian. As in the deed of Paxenarian? The Paxenarian series by Elizabeth Moon. Yeah, I like Titania a lot. She's one of my favorite units in this game. As a character, as a design, as a gameplay unit, top tier across the board.
Good all around.
Epic Fantasy Saga by Elizabeth Moon. Originally published in 1988. Paxenarian Dorthan's daughter. Packs of 3 furs. Humans, dwarves, gnomes, elves. Headstrong girl of 18 leaves her home, fleeing a marriage, joins a mercenary company. She's been gifted as a paladin. I'd read that book. I don't read many books, but when I do, it's usually some kind of fantasy series.
All right, you want to give the juice to your girl Mia?
If you really want to go all in on it, then yeah.
I don't know. This one's your choice, man. I don't know what's
Well,
coming up.
She doesn't need the speed ring. She'll be totally fine on speed. She'll max it out. But yeah, Seraph Robe would do good work for her, probably. At this point, it'd be also pretty good on Ike, considering he's not doing so good.
Apparently.
But whatever. This is a Mia playthrough. Well, it's a Titania playthrough. Here we go with this.
I have that much? What?
Yeah. It's been building up from like all the other chapters. Also, it's not quite 1-to-1 at a certain point. It might already not be 1-to-1. Alright, Ike.
Okay.
Yeah. All he needs is 2 or 3 more fantastic levels and he'll be average.
Let's go.
Shit. Magic. Fucking hell. He's got a 20% chance to get magic.
Alright, level 10, here it is.
Yeah, honestly, he's not a great target for bonus experience because he gets stuck at level 20 anyway, so it's like you're never in a rush to get his levels up. But this was kind of an emergency. Now he should be okay. Oh my god. So look how much experience it takes to give her 1, right? Like
It's like 1.5.
Yeah. She really doesn't.
No, just take a look. This guy needs it.
Yeah, if you want to actually use him, he needs help. Magic. Defense is definitely welcome. He is doubling people, so I'm not really too worried about his speed, but he does need to keep gaining speed to stay ahead of the curve. Okay, there's the speed.
There
but
it
no
is.
Magic. God damn it. Four levels up. Level ups. With a 60% magic growth, and he's got 1 level.
There's another.
Whatever. Good enough. Just get that magic stat up. No more of this hitting for 6 and 7 garbage. She will desperately need strength. She will struggle to gain strength. It's only a 40% growth. Ah.
Magic.
Magic. 30% magic growth. I can't believe her strength is only 10 higher than her magic.
Hey.
Yes! Strength is the big thing that holds her back. Her defense isn't great either, but it's all about that strength. Damn it. Her skill isn't even that high. It's a 45% chance.
Oh,
Sweet.
there we go.
Yeah, that was pretty good. Pretty good.
Oscar.
Oh man. It's funny how your own personal playthrough will influence how you feel about units.
Yeah.
Because you ask anyone and they'll be like, yeah, Oscar's fantastic. He gets 2 different weapon types after promotes. His movement's great. His defense is super good. His earth affinity lets him support with people to get a bunch of evasion. He's just incredibly solid across the board. No reason not to use Oscar. And I'm like, Oscar has no fucking strength. He doesn't get anything done. Fuck that guy. Speedrun is a lot of just dumping thousands of bonus experience into Marcia. Oh boy.
Lucky.
Her level ups were so good. I'm like nervous now that it's like not gonna
Yeah.
be good. And I'm like, no, we shouldn't have done it. Like, what are we gonna do? Not level her up, right? Like, I don't know. Doesn't make any sense. But Spectre. Ah, all right. She's almost already maxed speed. I bet I bet she's capped at 20.
You can
before
max
she
speed.
comes up. Yeah. Let's see. Well, there's chance to cap.
There's
Mia's got a
strength.
95% chance to cap speed. 10 strength. She's got Boyd strength.
Boyd. What? Come on.
Dang.
What's going on with skills? Can you like
Maximum
move?
stats.
Can I like move them around? Erases it completely? Oh. Why would you wanna... I guess I don't know how you get new
Yeah.
skills.
Yeah, if someone, it's taking up capacity, so if
Yeah.
it was complete garbage and you wanted that space, then you would do that. In Radiant Dawn, it becomes a scroll that you could give to someone else.
343!
A Yes, so a non-promoted unit has caps of 40 HP, 20 strength, 15 magic, 20 skill, 20 speed, 40 luck for some reason, 20 defense, 20 res. So she's one away from being capped at speed until she promotes.
Hmm.
Oscar top 5 unit? Are there 5 other units I would rate over Oscar, I wonder? Titania is over him. Marcia is over him. Maybe Jill?
Metal's glowing.
Whoa. I forget how good Har is in this game. Yeah, I guess Oscar is kind of top 5. Not counting all of the crazy endgame guys.
This game have a guy that just bails you out at the end.
Yep. But you get to choose which flavor you want.
Ooh.
This is the map I was thinking of, where somewhere out here is a cute little lady. And I think Ike has to talk to her.
Oh.
But it's also a defense where everyone's gonna swarm the middle.
And there's a lot of guys.
There's a lot of guys.
Just a couple guys.
There she is, at the top.
Where?
Just a little bit to the left.
Her?
It's Ilyana.
He's a bad guy.
Titania rounds the corner. She's like, okay. Well, if it's any consolation, Ilyana's not very good. They give you
Alright.
this choke point here, and then Titania's just like, no.
Got it covered.
I don't know if the AI will prioritize like making its way towards the thing if it's got a unit in range to target. I think probably they'll all just kill themselves on Titania.
Mm-hmm. Red Circle is bad.
That's a bad guy.
He's a bad guy.
I can't remember how tricky it is to talk to her. Like, I think she will kind of come down towards you, but maybe not. Maybe you kind of gotta make an effort to get to her. God, you gained so many levels on so many people. I have no idea where we stand anymore with our units.
Yeah, I don't know.
So I think in general you'll get like maybe like 200 battle experience every mission.
Who's this?
Something like that. That is if you've got that's bad. Just don't do it. I can't remember. I think the blue, there's some yellow ones that are good later on for some things, but the blue one I think is just, you don't actually manually tell people what to do. They just start doing stuff, and it's not what you want them to do. Even though it's what you told them to do, it's not what you really want. You wouldn't know she was working with a triangle disadvantage out there.
You still got the hammer on.
Yeah, that made it a lot less likely that he would dodge that, so it's a good thing he did. Actually, I'm a little you know, there's no way he's gonna kill this guy. Yeah. If he did, he might have been lined up to get hit by a couple of these armor guys, and that could have been bad. Especially because this guy's got a longbow.
Longbow.
Double hitting with the longbow is very slow, so it's kind of remarkable that that guy was able to double Boyd. I guess the hammer is just that slow. You've got my blessing to turn these battle animations off at any point.
Okay. We're kind of getting there, yeah.
The big 3x2. Let's see what Ilyana does up there.
She's coming in.
She's coming. The dudes at the bottom near Titania have got javelins, so unless you equip her with a javelin, they're just gonna keep attacking her from range and not dying. Wow, her hit rate's not 100%.
Wow.
Forging a javelin with high accuracy and attack and stuff is pretty common in the speedrun. I think you can only forge one thing every chapter, so they're just like every chapter they're like, another javelin, please. Sometimes they'll do hand axes. You don't got Riz, so
It's not a good situation over here.
yeah, I shouldn't have distracted you with that talk about Titania and the javelin at the bottom. She needed to come up here. I was like, it's fine, he can just stand there and we'll heal him. And then it was like, oh no, wait. That's not necessarily as easy as it usually is.
Didn't actually use the like health up thing on me either.
Great. And guess what? When you finally do, at some point in this mission, if for some reason you get a turn where you're not attacking, it'll increase her max HP, but it won't fill that HP. It'll
Perfect.
be empty. It's Camera. I wonder if killing this guy will like end the battle faster or anything. That could be one way out of this.
Kinda hurt.
Yeah.
Whoop.
Whoop. That's probably good, because I was worried Boyd was gonna hit that guy and kill him and leave space for another guy. And that's a good dodge. Iron Axe helping him out there. Steel Lance, that's heavy. That's inaccurate. Let's go. Yes. And then Mr. Longbow steps up. Whoa.
All dodges. Yeah, Boyd's got this.
He would need to do that so many more times. Gosh, she took 2 damage. Those levels beefed her up pretty good. I'm excited. I'm excited to see her flourish. Oh, Vantage going first. Doesn't matter. Oh my god.
This just like cloud of guys here.
Look at this.
Look at this.
Ike's like a real guy.
He's
He
like a
does have
real
a-
guy.
He does have a weapon that gets double damage against this guy. Oh yeah.
7 damage.
What's weird about Soren is he gets all those extra hits with Adept, which is like, oh, okay, yeah, he does damage, but then it uses like more uses of his weapon. And they only give you the one wind tome, I think, like for kind of a while. So, like, I'm wondering what's left on it even already.
I think we picked up a fire tome with someone who left. Maybe.
I think he gets to use fire, even.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think it's.
Wait,
kinda
no, I
new
think
one.
he does.
I can't remember how this game works.
He's got
Oh,
all
he
of them.
does. Okay. All right. It's the other game where they split up the mages.
Oh, yeah,
and
yeah, the fire
specialize
tome's
them.
right here.
Yeah. Okay, that's good. That's actually we should go to him sooner rather than later, actually, because fire is quite a bit stronger than wind. Like, so
Oh, yeah?
kind of surprising. Yeah.
I'm gonna kill the boss first.
It's not it. Yeah, it's not as accurate. If you actually kill this guy, then you can use your Canto and run up there. Yeah, it's a surprising difference. Was it just Oscar and me over here? I guess with her Vantage skill, you can kind of get away with like using a turn to increase your max HP or whatever. And then they hit you and you're just like, ah, Vantage! And then you just go first anyway.
Watching turn-based Dynasty Warriors.
Yeah, there is a lot of guys.
What is individual?
You could, if there was someone who you really wanted to see fight, you could
I
turn
see.
them on and everyone else off. Dodge. I thought he wasn't even going to double hit that guy. So one thing this game does do better than the GBA in terms of animations is that when you turn the animations off, these ones look a little bit better than the two characters just kind of like bumping up against each other and then health bars going down.
Sure.
The Vantage, it's all part of the plan.
Not even sure it's possible for these guys on the left to win. They just keep going back and healing.
I mean, they are wearing you down a little bit over time. As long as you've got vulneraries, it'll be fine. It is gonna get weird with Ilyana, though. Like, eventually someone's gonna, like, go back to heal or whatever, and then suddenly she's gonna get in there. Probably she won't get herself killed. Also, she appears to go absolutely last, so everyone else is gonna crowd up that space and get to it before she does. Here she comes.
Oh, and you can attack?
Yep.
That hits
I
for
like the
7?
He's pretty strong. Whoops.
Wait,
You
what?
backed out of a menu and now you don't attack.
Really? What?
Yeah. Because you had already traded, you were in kind of a weird state.
Alright then.
Like you couldn't have just like backed up all the way and started your turnover. That trade
Right.
had locked you in. Alright, hold on, wait. Is it really? It's not just one more damage, is it? I guess
One
I'm
more?
totally wrong. It's the other game where there's a big difference between wind and fire.
Yeah, I backed up specifically to see your health.
Hmm. Oscar's got 2 vulneraries. I guess he can just trade any to Mia if she needs him. They'll be fine over there. This is also probably a good thing. Uh-oh. He might just kill him with Adept, though.
Nah.
If he had done a second Adept, then maybe. Passing this thing around like a joint over there. Does Vantage happen every time? I
think
don't
so.
remember. Yeah, that's pretty wild. There's a fun strategy you can do. There's a skill called Wrath, and it's when you're under maybe it's under half health. It gives you 50% chance to crit,
Ooh.
and that combines pretty well
Ooh.
with Vantage, where you always go first. God damn, that guy must have some kind of horse-hitting weapon. Strength, speed. Couple guys.
Not a couple guys.
So you got a poleaxe, the guy above? Okay. yeah.
Relax.
He's not just freakishly strong. If you felt comfortable with Mia's ability to like dodge and do stuff, you could do something like, yeah, have Oscar move back here. Oh wait, you can.
I was just gonna put Void in.
Okay. He's definitely not as tanky. Yeah, if you want to kill that guy with the steel axe, you can just have Mia trade Void, so his iron axe is in front again to improve his avoid and stuff.
Oh.
Yeah. And then she still gets to attack after a trade. Oh, but maybe she wants to use a vulnerary. Can you trade and then use a vulnerary? I think so.
What am I trading?
You're just moving his iron axe to the top of his list, and that auto-equips it for him. If he's going to be dealing with a bunch of incoming guys, then it's better that he's got a faster thing on.
Ba-doo. Yeah, strength.
I can't remember if it matters in this game or in the next one, but you do want mages to have a bit of strength to offset the weight of some of their tomes. For some reason, some of the books are really heavy.
Really?
Fucking dictionary ass books out here, and they'll slow mages down a fair bit. Soren has developed one muscle. Longbow guy here the whole game, just blinking away. It matters in this game too? Okay. This could hurt. Yep. See, I think he might have... There's a chance he could have got double attacked if he had the steel axe instead.
Mm-hmm.
Boyd's no Oscar.
Get out of here, Lombo guy.
Oh.
Now we're Lombo guy.
But no Shinon to give it to. I think Boyd's got to get out of here.
Hmm. Wobbo.
Oof. That's tough. Yeah, so I didn't think about this, but it would have been better to have her do this first, then Oscar could trade the Armor Slayer off of her. So she wasn't stuck holding it against all these guys, because it's really heavy. It slows her down a lot.
Hmm.
That's a shame. Whoop. Alright, no vulnerary or anything, just
She didn't have a
dead
vulnerary.
turn. Oh, okay, shit.
Yeah?
And you left the Armor Slayer on, so now she is going to kill him and still going to fight a bunch of guys with an Armor Slayer. So we'll see. We'll see what our girl's capable of. And there are some guys who I think can come up and hit Boyd maybe on this turn as well, down below.
Yeah.
I was like, and maybe Ike wants to go in and block, and you're just like, yeah. End turn. And now you can see why javelins are so good, right? Everyone who comes up, she hits him close, she hits him at range.
Uh-huh. No damage.
Yeah, as a paladin, you get like a pretty decent amount of resistance as well. Good dodge.
Oh.
Alright. Good news is that probably he would have hit me up pretty hard. bad news is that we don't get to kill him with the armor slayer.
Okay.
Oh, fuck. All right, we're fine. She's still double hitting guys with the armor slayer with that 19 speed.
It's a lot of speed.
And now Ilyan is finally going to be in range to do some damage here. Thankfully, it's Oscar, and oh, she didn't do it.
Oh.
I've never. I guess she doesn't attack. Maybe her heart's not in it.
Was she close enough? Oh.
She's
Yeah.
a mage, yeah. Now Ike has 2 turns to maybe get over there and grab her if you want.
Maybe.
If you do grab her, I don't recommend using her.
Really?
So, yeah, she's not great. She's really slow, is her problem. At least that's what I remember. Yeah, her speed growth is 30. And her base speed at level 6 is 9, which isn't bad. But not good enough to put up with 30% speed for the rest of the game. Alright, I wasn't sure how the no-Riz Oscar Mia team on the left side was gonna do, but they've kind of toughed out the worst of it, I think, at this point. Maybe Oscar's got to trade her a vulnerary.
Mm-hmm.
More armor knights are coming. Get him ready to do some stuff. Oh, he gets a kill there. Okay.
Yeah.
I guess even Oscar, when he's got a steel lance, is capable of plugging away at one of these big armor guys. Yeah. Alright, they're not in range. That's good. He wants Oscar. That's good. Strength.
Another one from me.
Strength. Ah.
Magic. She's just wants to diversify.
I guess technically there are those swords that do
Dude.
wind attacks that key off of magic.
How bad would it be if I left one of these healer persons to just walk past and then they captured the base?
I'm not even
Horses.
sure their AI will ever tell them to go. I feel like it'll always just be like run away.
Yeah.
Unless there was like an injured unit to heal that was close to it. There she is. It's the
There she
last
is.
turn. You're probably okay to just pull Mia back. Ike talks to Ilyana, equips something other than the Regal Blade probably, because you probably don't want him killing armor knights and taking hits from a bunch of armor knights over and over.
Can I talk to her and then do that?
I would do the item first. You can definitely equip and then talk. Oh, do not kill her.
I'm a bad guy. Bang, 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 bang. Game over. Press gained you into service.
That's a phrase everyone knows and uses all the time. So this is exactly where it would play Together We Ride, that song Nico was asking about. So yeah, it's not in this game. There she is, and she gets a turn.
Shove.
And you can shove her into the enemies.
Thunder. How good is she? It's okay.
Double armor knights.
Can't get away.
Yeah, this is one of these weird things where it's like, oh, you can track them down and like get those last few kills or whatever, but it's like, but she's only gonna get like 3 experience.
Mm-hmm.
Wood's got what, 16 health? That guy's got a javelin. That's okay, they're inaccurate, so that's probably what you want.
No damage.
Oh. I can't believe I was worried about him getting a kill with the Regal Blade. Holy shit. I can't imagine a level 10 Ike hitting for no damage on anything. No strength, but it's still pretty good.
Ooh.
Okay. Extra 30 experience for Oscar.
Who are all these guys? I thought that was the last turn.
Yeah, these guys are just for show. Another one of these things where it's like, I was fine. I had it under control. What are you telling me? I'm all fucked up now after a cutscene.
Mm-hmm. Are you telling me Tatiana's not out in front there?
She's cowering behind Ike. Yeah, right. They did all this without a general too. Yeah, you killed that guy pretty quick.
Mm-hmm. Oh, dude, tell me we get a dog. Or I guess they're cats,
What if-
yeah.
What if they made you pick between a cat and a dog?
I pick a dog, what do you mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm sure the dog would be on the left, too.
Not a bad stranger. Uh-oh. Here comes trouble. Jesus, Torin, get the fuck out of here. Can't believe she apologizes.
Right?
Well, what do you think?
Wrap it up. It's been 5 hours.
Yeah. Well, I guess there's a little bit more cutscene. Yeah, she was talking shit, but like I don't know, she's right. Here's our battle report. We got a new ally. It's a good thing Riz died before battle reports were a thing. We didn't have to see his name down at the bottom. You can YouTube some compilations that are all like these are all the unique conversations that happen if people die. And there's one for like if you lose absolutely everyone except like Ike and Titania. There's just this moment where she's like, "All right, things are not so good right now, but you know what? It's okay. We're gonna get through this." If Soren dies, do you not get reports? Certain characters will stick around even if they die. They'll be like, "Oh, I've been wounded. I can't fight anymore," and then they'll leave. Anyone who's got like appears in a cutscene basically will just have that going for. You're leveling up Ilyana. You're bringing her in.
Testing the waters.
Oh wow.
Is that more magic than Soren? Same amount.
Same. At level 7, what level's he?
9.
9. Yikes. He's got 2 more speed than her. And more skill, which kind of matters for her because she uses thunder magic, which is a little bit inaccurate. Like you might have saw it when you were targeting some guys with her, she was only in the 70s and 80s to hit.
Ever did check out the shop?
Elwind is probably a good buy for Soren. You would want to give a javelin to Oscar. You gotta get him to get rid of some stuff first, I guess. If you were using Boyd, you'd want to give him a hand axe. Yeah, and we'd also probably want to forge something.
I don't know what we want.
Well, it depends who we want to help out. You could forge a higher damage sword for Mia. You could get something... I mean, any kind of javelin or hand axe or something is great for Oscar or Boyd.
There's no javelins, right? Just these two?
You can do hand axes, but not javelins, huh? I wonder if it opens up later.
How strong do I want it to be? Really strong.
Yeah. You pay more. like the strongest. Like don't fucking hold back on that shit.
Yeah.
It costs more money, as you can see.
A little bit. It costs more money to take it away.
Yeah, because you would want weight to go down, and they just were like, I don't know. They didn't bother to. They just have some kind of like compare two numbers, return the difference function or something, and they were like, fuck it, it's good enough.
Yeah.
Thanks so much for the raid, Mr. PUBG.
Yeah, Mr. PUBG, what's up? We're almost done here, unfortunately.
You can give it a name. The all capitals glove.
Glove.
That's the strongest glove there is.
Well, I told him to make me a strong weapon.
You
How about the
give it a
collar?
The color is like pretty janky too. Like it.
What the heck?
Hey, look, we can't afford to be forging amazing weapons every chapter because we gotta buy so many vulneraries.
Yeah, we do.
Oscar needs at least one. Mia needs at least one. I think the next chapter you might have a new healer.
Poison.
Poison's pretty rare.
I don't know. Seems good to me. Another javelin.
Yeah. A lot of Fire Emblem speedruns will find a shop that sells a javelin and just spend
Just
like
stock up.
$30,000 on like 50 javelins. Yeah. Because they're not even like that much worse than a lance if you're fighting someone in close quarters, so you don't mind. Sometimes it's worth it to not even have an iron lance in your inventory just so that you have more uses of javelins.
Yeah. Oh, you can't just use these here.
Yeah.
Alright, let's call it there.
All right. We got the princess safely into Gallia. Our dad died in a dramatic conflict with a mysterious Black Knight. War happened. We became the leader of a mercenary company. We got a lot done.
Racism happened?
Yeah. And will continue to happen, probably. Maybe Soren will chill the fuck out. You're just gonna have to
Maybe.
find out next time. What do you want to do? Do you want to pick a day? We haven't been picking days lately.
Yeah, sure. I don't know. Thursday.
All right. Thursday around 8 p.m. Eastern Time, we'll be playing some more Fire Emblem Path of Radiance. Until then, you should still follow the channel, because Jorf's probably going to be practicing some more Turbo Graphics games
Could be.
for that marathon that's coming up soon.
That marathon. Me and Andy. Sunday. Retro
Turbo
Gaming
Fest.
Live TV.
Yeah, that's the Twitch channel where you can find it. You can find me on my channel. I haven't streamed in a while. I've been perfectly happy just doing my streams here with Jorf.
Mm-hmm.
But you can find me on Twitch and Twitter there. If you follow me on Twitter, you would have known I did a commentary for a Summer Games Done Quick run. Cool kid ran Super Mario Brothers 2, and that went pretty good. You can find that on YouTube if you search that. And that's me, and that's us.
That's us.
I'll catch you next time.
Thanks for watching, everyone. See ya.
Bye.